It's on that shorty new year. Shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. It's Shorty New Year. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. We're so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. We're so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. We're so glad you're here. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our beautiful minds will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright because Miss Shorty, camp leader, is a fucking delight. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. Your opinions are valid. You can fly like a bird. With your comments on screen, you will always be heard. It's the best chat on YouTube. You can cuss all you want. And here at Camp Shorty, we even say cunt. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. Let your raw cats be free. So liberating. We stay on topic, although occasionally things get a bit feral. But it's clear to see. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. It's a Miss Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our beautiful minds will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright because Miss Shorty, camp leader, is a fucking delight.
Hi, shorties. Hi. Hello. What is it? Is it Saturday? Yeah, Saturday for you. Sunday for me. I didn't even know. I think. Hi, ladies here. Woo. Get ready for the crunching. How are you? Sorry about last night not going live. I am 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks. 2.5 weeks into my work year, and I am tired already. 2026 is the year of self-care for me. Balance, work-life balance. It was extremely hot here yesterday. It's going to be worse here on Tuesday. So I did some gardening yesterday before it got too hot. Also did some gardening and cleaning around the place on Friday afternoon. I don't even know what date it is. Hi. I see Shelley, Simi putting the replay crew. We'll get that out of the way. Replay crew, hi. Thank you for joining after the fact. Oh, sidebar still have not made the new chair, assembled the other chair. Creaking. If you'd like to watch the live chat replay, easy peasy. If you're on your handheld device, your iPhone, your Android, tablet, iPad, just go to the comment tab. There's a few little dots in the top right-hand corner. Swipe left, and it'll give you the option to watch the live chat replay instead of what? Not watching it? please leave a comment. Love to hear your thoughts on what we're going to be watching tonight together. Conversations to be had. Who else is here? I see my girl Stephanie, blah, blah, blah. Hope. Oh my God, these are not my double glasses. I say it every time. Don't forget to press the like button. Correct. Piers here. Yes. Laura. I see. Was that lady? Did I see Lainey as well? There's Laura. Hi. God, maybe this thing's further away. Yeah, there's Lainey. Maybe I've got my computer further away the last time. Hang on. Walk and talk chat. Because, geez Louise, I'm getting old. I am getting old. That's all right. That's a little bit better. Hi. Excuse me. So, are you okay? Yes, Vixie. Sup, Treacle. Excuse me. It's Australia Day here tomorrow. It's like your American Independence Day, which happens to also be my birthday, as you know. This year, it's the last 5 or 10 years have been more and more contentious. Excuse me. Oh my goodness, in Australia. With regards to Australia Day, many want to call it Invasion Day because it does commemorate the colonisation of Australia, the takeover, the invasion of Australia from its Indigenous people who have suffered the hardships that Indigenous people do around the world when imperialists take over land that is not theirs and subjugate and decimate the Indigenous population. Add to that recent draconian laws being put in place. Last weekend I told you, oh, yay, it looks like they're not going to go through. Oh, boo, they went through. So that we are the litmus test here in Australia for the rest of the world. Stay posted. You have the same laws coming over there. Columbus Day. Yes, Columbus Day and Independence Day is same kind of vibe. It used to be, and it still kind of is, a day here to celebrate being Australian, but as First Nations people became more and more represented in the government. There's been more and more, I believe, justifiable dissent towards Australia Day. I see it on two different through two different lenses. I get it. I have huge issue with the way Indigenous populations have been and continue to be, Free Palestine, treated around the world by imperialist colonizing genociders. But it's nice to have a day to celebrate being Aussie, coming together, same as being American, being British. But these days, as with the rest of the world, per the Clergy Plan, there's a lot of contention about forced immigration of Black and brown people from war-torn countries into the Western world at a rate of knots, and it's a sticky issue, right? So we ruled the world, now the world rules us. Yes, Buster, don't lick me. That's disgusting. I like that Columbus Day got changed to Indigenous Day. I mean, I don't think the verbiage of, hey, let's change it to Invasion Day is going to win that many hearts and minds, frankly, because most, I don't know, sweeping generalization here, but I feel like most imperialist colonizers, settlers, if we want to be more diplomatic, don't see any problem with it. It's an interesting mindset. I mean, here we are. There's got to be a happy medium, right? So, so that. What else? Oh my goodness! I had here's a few things. Excuse me. Sorry, I obviously haven't spoken at all today. Been awake since 10 to 3. Thanks. No reason. Oh, kind of reasons. A few things. So I was very proud of myself. Thanks, Steph. It's just lip liner. I don't do lipstick anymore because it comes off too much on the vape. So I just do lip liner and go with the chalk lips. I've got so many lip liners. I've shown you them before. So Friday, we had just a short day because the site where I've been finished up already. They're very fast and furious. They did an amazingly quick job of that particular job. Excuse me. So we finished early. So I was like, that's it. I've been looking at the huge overgrown continental parsley, flat leaf parsley that just self-seeds itself along out my driveway. It was amazing while it lasted. And then, of course, it's a bit of perennial. It dies off. Poppy, please. And I'm like, I was kind of productive procrastination. Heather, hi. Good to see you. Poppy applause. So I've been looking at it with much shame, as one does, with all those tasks that we look at every day and go, I need to do that. And pathological demand for it, it says, nah, don't do it. Self-shame and guilt feels much more fun and familiar, right? So my work vehicle was grubby as fuck. And so I really needed to do weeding out the back. So problem solved. I cut back these two enormous, like right back down to nothing. Completely died off, gone to seed. There'll be parsley everywhere in a couple of months when it sprouts up again. And cut it all back and then weeded that whole garden bed. And then I hosed down all the dusty shit on my front doorstep porch area. Gave my ute like a rough wash, and watered all the plants. It looks so beautiful. I'm so happy. And then I got all inspired and went to Amazon and I've already got a hose out the back, a hose reel. Steph asked me about that. I have a hose reel. But I'm like, I don't want to carry that through the house. I'm going to buy myself another hose reel. If I recall, the one that I've got out the back cost me maybe $20 at Bunnings, like our Home Depot. Buster's chasing his tail. But I was like, I'm going to go on Amazon and see. There's always cheap things on Amazon. Now I spent like $70 on a retractable. It's very cute hose reel. It's coming on Tuesday. Huzzah! Now, I'm growing mint in my bathroom, says Laura. Give it a tickle. Does that say tickle? Before a shower, and it does. And the steam is minty, gorgeous smell. Lucky you, I don't have any windows or any natural light in my bathroom. I loathe it. Plants in the bathroom are the best place. That sounds beautiful. I love it. Yes, Vixie, strongly agree. Vixie has been coming into one of the space, my main daytime space that I probably come on now, that I love. There's a lot of theological debate in that space. Poppy, don't lick me. Gross. Which I really enjoy because I grew up with atheists. It's and it's so relevant at the moment. I'm really enjoying the education of all of that. I've learned so much, but yes, but those religions are actually, those religions would be fine if certain supremacist powers that be didn't utilize the divisiveness of those religions to pit said religions against each other in the as a means to an end to their master plan. So get a cheap grow light, Lisa. I have got grow lights. The ones that when I have, they're not. Well, they were when I was homeless and I had a lot of house plants. So all my plants were in my storage unit. So I have got grow lights. I don't. My bathroom is very small. There's no surfaces. So it's fine. I have a lot of plants everywhere. So. Yeah, but Vixie, honestly, it's it's Google the Kalergi plan, Kalergi. This is a plan that's been in place for well over 100 years. So this is manufactured stuff. It's a psyop. It's all a psyop. I don't think. Oh, if only. What an idealistic utopia versus a dystopia that would be. Anyway, now, so we're up to part 5. I think there was another thing, but I'll remember it. Oh, anyway, and I've also weeded most of the backyard as well. So satisfying. No more shame. Proud of myself. I'm sure the other thing that I was going to say will come to me, because all week I'm like, you got to tell them that story. And now here we are. I don't remember it. Okay. Part 5 of the Port Arthur Massacre. False flag? Question mark? That's just there for like allegedly don't come for me purposes. Oh, right on cue. Buster wants to go outside. Oh, 2 more things. Good God. I'm wearing my hungry little caterpillar earrings today. Thank you to Shunned One. Hope you're doing all right, girl. We miss you. That's the caterpillar. And then that's the butterfly. So cute. Oh, Teresa's here. Hi. Good to see you. So good. I've just finished my little preamble and we're getting into it. Don't forget to hit the like or the down. That would be rude, but I mean, whatever. It's up to you. Part 5. So last week we focused on all the weird coincidences, right? All the plethora of weird coincidences. That was part 3. Buster's got a deer antler. That was part 3. Almost the limit does not exist on that number of well, that's weird and that's suspicious. Then for part 4, it was pretty heavy, right? But we sort of learned more about Martin Bryant. He's in prison for 35 consecutive life sentences for this massacre that occurred on April 28th, 1996. So tomorrow night, yes, Sunday night, I might start it a bit early if you all want me to. I can start a bit earlier because it's a school night, a weeknight. But tomorrow night we're going to like unpack and in minute detail talk about, if it is a false flag, what might that have actually looked like, and what were the moving parts of the actual operation of this event. But tonight I thought that it might be nice to to go back to some more survivor testimony, telling their story. So I mentioned it. So, part 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all linked in the description box. So is Paul Motor's channel link, the WASP Files, as is the 3 videos we're going to watch tonight. So you can go and check them out. I thought after I linked all 4 videos that I of ours, the live streams, that I could have just linked the playlist. I'll do that from now on because it's getting kind of like it's a lot. But if you want to go and watch these again, or if you've got to go to bed or you got to step away, either come back and watch me, Replay Grew High, or the raw videos are there. So I mentioned it quite some time ago. But before I go, Laura, see, here's the thing with my religiosity, my spirituality. I believe in the universe and I believe in myself. And I think they're the 2 most powerful things. And to my mind, the universe covers a higher power that is God, that is like all of the gods from any denomination. And I think believing in yourself, coupled with believing in there being more to life than what we have right here and now in front of us. I don't believe in organized religion, but I am thoroughly enjoying increasing my understanding of Islam, of the Quran, of Judaism, the Talmud, and the Torah. It's going to be a hard pass. Of Christianity, of Catholicism, of all the different sects of Christianity, offshoots, and of the nuances of the Bible, the rewriting of the Bible, the Old Testament, the New Testament. I think it's important information, particularly for someone like me who grew up with none of that. I find it thoroughly enlightening, pun intended. So I think probably if I had to if I had to assign myself a label, I'd say I was a pagan. I don't know. Someone diminished my claim of believing in the universe, a Muslim, a very lovely man, but very strong in his faith. As what did he say? I think that was, I can't remember. I don't even know enough about it. But it kind of dismissed. And I'm like, you know what though? I just think I just respect everybody's beliefs and belief systems, and I'm never going to try to. Oh, so maybe sometimes I do. I really don't feel like it's anybody's right to try and impart their religious or political or moral, or maybe not moral, religious or political beliefs, sort of onto another person, because it's very personal. No proselytizing, right? So with that, shall we get going? Thanks, Simi. Yeah. I mean, I keep thinking, like these, for example, these Christian folk, or anybody, have such a strong faith and belief in their book and in their way, and I'm like, maybe, like, and in Jesus, like I believe in Jesus. I believe that some of the stuff in the Bible, for me, I'm still learning. But I'm like, someone's like, maybe I need to find Jesus. Then I'm like, I'm 50. Maybe it'll happen. I don't know if I need to, though. If I believe in myself and the universe and Mother Nature, isn't that enough? I don't know, me. Exactly, Laura. I just think it's a method of control and problematic at times, particularly when people are so dogmatic about it. Anyway, of course, you know what Buster wants to do? He wants to go out. Let me get this video queued up. So that's what I was going to say. Chat, you distracted me, and I love it because you're the only people I actually talk to. Oh my God, what a lonely life I live, standing on the periphery of my work site, doing my job and not engaging with anybody except somebody asking me directions. Yes, Buster, I'm coming. So remember, I know you remember, we watched that amazing 2001 presentation talk by Wendy Scurr, who's now sadly passed away, but that's life, right? Everyone dies. She lived through so much, and she told her story. And I mentioned that we had that Paul Moder had conducted a phone interview with Wendy, and it's on his channel, the WASP Files. So we're going to watch that. Now, it's just like last week when we listened to the two different phone interviews, one with that lovely, tragic young man, Lee, or the young man, he's like 44 now, who was in prison with Martin Bryant, and also the psychiatrist, can't remember, who had anyway, it's just audio, and actually it's a little rusty, the audio. It's a little tough, but I will put on closed captions for us. It's not too long. This is only 20 minutes long. Oh my God, Buster, could you make more noise? Don't you know I'm a professional? He's like, I didn't really know anymore. Stream Elements has questions about your professionalism. Wait, walk and talk chat. Let me get this sorted. So this is Wendy. I'm not sure when she passed away. It's only recently. But this is her sort of candidly talking, still just as much of a salt of the earth, lovely lady. Oh, what am I doing up there? That's for some random reason. Let me do this. Okay. Thank you all so much for being here. I love you all so much. I missed you, but like I said, 2026 is my year of striking a bit more of a modicum of balance in my life, so I don't like run myself off the cliff of burnout.
The fella that I saw sitting outside the cafe was not Martin Bryant. And I walked past this bloke sitting at the cafe, he was staring at me. But when I got really close to him, his eyes, there's something about his eyes, like Brian Collier, his shot in his throat. He said it wasn't Martin Bryant shot him.
Lady, it's Buster gnawing down on it's Buster gnawing down and dropping his deer antlers. They're everywhere. They're very hard. That's what she's.
Welcome to the WASP Files. Some of this material may be distressing, and viewer discretion is advised. This episode of the WASP Files contains an interview with a very special person who was directly involved in the tragic aftermath of the Port Arthur massacre, specifically at the Broad Arrow Cafe. This lady is sadly deceased. She is courageous, wonderful, and very heartfelt and very, very resolute in her observations of what she observed that day, which are contrary to the...
Also, I'm super. I don't know if I'm glitchy on your end, like me on the screen. So if I freeze up, I think it's just maybe because of the hot weather yesterday. We have bushfires, fires, and I don't know. Maybe it's because also it's a Sunday and everyone's home and using their internet. So fear not. We are fine for not Wi-Fi. I'm not going to do Wi-Fi anymore. It's got a lot of. It's problematic from a. I'm turning into such a hippie. I don't think I want those vibes in my household anymore. I think I'm just anyway, that. So if I glitch, it's all good.
Mainstream story.
Oh God, what am I doing?
For the first time tonight, you will hear from her words, as she has never really had the opportunity to speak her part in the mainstream media or in a court of law. She has given testimony before in witness statements and during conferences in the past, but this was a lady who courageously, in the aftermath of that terrible tragedy at the cafe, provided triage care to the victims for a number of hours before help even arrived. By her own testimony, she was covered in blood and assisting the victims as best she could, the survivors, and hoping that help arrived. To this day, her testimony remains unchallenged, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for her. I spoke to her. She was a wonderful person who has once again since passed on. So without further ado, I would like to present the testimony of our lovely Mrs. Wendy Scurr.
I don't think there's anything wrong with asking questions. A lot of people have some very...
I've got a lot of people up here support me a great deal, but I'm afraid they really don't have the story quite right. It gets changed. I don't care now because I'm not very well. I've had cancer. Now I'm having a hell of a go with my diabetes. I think the pancreas has had it. So it just goes on and on. And I'm really particularly interested in young people taking it up because that's where the future is with the truth and justice as far as Port Arthur goes. And a lot of the young people are very interested in it.
Well, it certainly haunted me. I mean, I was younger, but we all remember back then it pretty much blew a hole through the whole of Australia, and it was a very affecting and haunting event. And I think, like most people, they have questions they want answers to.
Well, I don't know whether you'll get the facts out of the coffee because they were some of the ones that were really against me. Call me a conspiracy theorist, and I'm not.
Well, look, I don't label people, and I certainly don't judge people. And as I said, what I've uncovered has made me ask a lot of questions and go, look, this just doesn't add up. but there's certainly very, very strong anecdotal evidence, factual stuff on public record that seems to suggest there was more going on than met the public eye, put it that way.
Oh, yeah, sure was. People say, why won't you let it go with you? And I just say, I'll never let it go till the day I die. Because three things happened to me that day. It happened to me. It was to no one else. But they're all major questions that should be answered on that alone. And instead of that, you know, they put you there. Even the local people turned on me. I mean, I worked on the ambulance down there for many years. I taught all the first aid classes in school and everything. But they forget that. And they just had people out there that hurt me. But because I spoke the truth. I didn't know anything about Martin Bryant field or otherwise. I've got three things, and if you wish to know what they are, I'll tell you. And they're the three things that they me because I know it's true.
I would like to know what those things were, if you wish to elaborate.
And I want to know why I've had no answers, why I can't get any answers from the police. But anyway, I'll elaborate. I made the call to the headquarters at 1:30 p.m. that day. Came towards the cafe and a couple of bullets come through there, or one come through, just missed it. Well, that's fine. That's not the problem. The problem is I made a phone call there at 1:32.
Catch the replay.
I was so upset that nobody come to help us. We waited till about 7:20 to 8 for an ambulance or a police car. We had no tape round knives, so there we were, 31 of us, to look after 500 people. On our side, there were 32 dead.
Yeah.
And here we are. There was one man came in at 4:30, and he was only in there to gather witness names, with statements off them. One man with all those people. I can remember him getting on the phone and saying, get some fucking police down here. So that wasn't until after 7:30 that someone came in. They came in and protected the crime scene. Now you see photos of the board arrow with the blue and white tape around it. That crime scene was not protected. And all those poor people that had dead people in there, that they were allowed to go in. We never had the authority to stop them. So she was wide open. All the evidence was getting bullets were there taken off the floor. But what can we do? That's one thing I wanted answers to. Why? Why do this to us? Because I can tell you it was a very traumatising time.
Yeah, there was a lot of mention of the fact they mobilised everything from the Special Operations Group to the Marine Police, but they were basically held up and they were told just hold off at Tirana.
They were kept at Tirana. They had the barbecue. One of the blokes come down and got his wife, and he just drove through the roadblock. He said, ask the police down there. They said, no, they're having a barbecue at Tirana, and it was too dangerous for them to come in. And I have in the EMA report, which is a federal government document, where they didn't come in. It's all there, because it was too dangerous. It was about 6:30, 7:15, after dark, straight after dark. We had 3 shots fired. I was in the hotel with about 200 people, and then the word come, and don't let anyone outside, shut those curtains, the gunman's back here. But all their witness statements that 3 shots was fired. Within about 20 minutes, in they come, armed to the hill. Armed to the hill. You know, I was there at 1:30 in the morning, the most shocking PTSD. And they were
Wow. Wait, what just happened? Pause. I clicked on something dumb while I was typing. Hang on. What are we doing here? Lisa. I'm not even sure what happened there. Hang on. Goodness me.
that's just one thing.
Tell me the other 2 main things that you think really deserve answers to.
I got into the cafe with 2 people that were with me, Sue Burgess and Stephen Howard, and her daughter was in there. She'd been working in there, Stephen's wife. And I said, when we got to the back door, I wonder if they got out. And I was so shocked because I didn't know they were even there working. I said, right, we'll have to make our way. It won't be very quick. But I said, aim for the counter where they'll probably be. And there they were, lying on the floor.
I'm sort of in touch with Stephen Howard, and he's pretty messed up about everything. Was his wife the lady behind the counter, the 26-year-old?
Yes, Elizabeth. The lady that...
So that's the interview we're going to watch next with Stephen Howard. It's really, really touching. 2 parts. While I'm paused, and I should have done this before, and before Hedda goes to bed. So Hedda, this is the, oh God, that's the tumbler, the travel mug. Excuse me. And obviously insulated. Quite big. That's what she said. I don't ever buy or take coffee anywhere, but I have used this once. It's great. And then, the tumbler, this one. I don't know. This one's got the logo all the way around. Metal straw, metal inside. They're both amazing. So you choose. And don't worry about the shipping. You won. So they ship from Texas. So
was working with was Nicole Burgess.
Yeah.
She was about 17, and her mother was Sue Burgess. She said, "What are we going to do?" I said, "Well, nothing we can do here. I think we should leave this room." I said, "Sue, you're in charge."
Hi, Michael.
Funny,
Thanks.
all the managers got sent away that morning. I suppose you know that.
I do, yes.
Funny thing that Robin Cooper was Sue Burgess' sister, and Robin told me they'd never been away. She worked for 26 years at Port Arthur and never got took away once, let alone on a Sunday morning to come back on a Monday on a workday. The biggest thing there, the door handle, it wouldn't open. The exit door, the fire door, it wouldn't open. It was jammed. That 6 bodies stacked up there in that corner. And they've all been trying to get out the door. And Damien Buck said nobody tried the door. I thought, well, how do you know you were, didn't you? And then I tried the door because I wanted to help to get those people one off the other. But I couldn't fix them. Dead weight, But anyway, I tried the door and I realised the door handle went up and down, but it wouldn't budge. And it turns out that had been nailed up.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. There was some talk about it having a faulty lock, but then I heard that it was nailed.
No,
so who would have nailed it?
That lock was a cover-up. That was a cover-up, the faulty lock business. They went to a lot of trouble with that. And I know now why it was done. It was done because people were stealing stuff from inside the cafe. Because you can't lock a fire door from inside. So the only way they could stop that door from opening and people stealing things was to put a couple of 3 or 4 6-inch nails in. And that's what they did. Anyway, I said we need a coronial inquiry.
It's astounding to me that Howard squashed that because federal doesn't overturn state legislation. So I don't know how he got away with that one.
You want me to tell you how they got away with it?
That's my husband, Graham.
Yes, please. How are you, Graham?
Go, Graham.
I don't begrudge John Howard doing what he did. If it was me, I'd go Christine Milne and Paul Beasley.
Right.
Yeah, they couldn't because they wouldn't do anything. Nobody would do anything. They all laid down.
The thing for me is, I often had a lot of criticism.
So the two people, I don't think it was, isn't it? Was it Paul Beasley? Anyway, the people on the thumbnail of tonight's episode was John Howard, the then Prime Minister, who's dropping flowers on the Broad Arrow Cafe veranda, and then Beasley. Laura, is it Phil? Isn't it Peter Beasley? Anyway, and that other Christine Milne, I think. Anyway, so those are the 3 people on the thumbnail. That.
Some people saying, look, just leave it alone. We shouldn't be doing this. We shouldn't dig up the past.
Tim Beasley.
But I've always explained that my personal belief is that it's really only through courageous evaluation and cold hard light of day and answering those questions that you can actually move on.
Well, I've not had any, you And that's probably why I feel bitter. I really am, still. 20 years.
There was some talk about Hans Overbeek taking a bit more credit than he perhaps should have for dealing with the aftermath, whereas I've heard people say that you really should have received some kind of award for your efforts in saving people. What are your thoughts on that one?
We got a bravery award, but it was only given to keep us happy, I think. There were a couple of the staff down there were really carrying on about it, really insisting that they give us a bravery award. Another thing, going back to that door, I found out about that door. In fact, it had been nailed up 3 weeks before. There's a girl down there that I was nursing with, and her husband was the man that nailed the door up. And she approached me and she said, you know, Wendy, she said, I think that door being nailed up is what broke out American. And I said, why do you say that? She said, John nailed it up. He told me. Now, I said to her, would you sign an affidavit to that effect? I said, well, if we can get a coronial inquiry, you've got to tell the truth under oath. But I know why she wouldn't, because they've already had to go up my family. And that's the sort of stunt they pull. You can't blame her. But if she had to go to a coronial inquiry and put her hands on the Bible and swear, I think she wouldn't want it, knowing that there's people in there that knew the truth. So she would do it. She would say, she's got no option, has she?
I'm just wondering whether it ever will transpire, whether there will be a coronial. You know, there's certainly still a lot of pressure there, but basically...
No. Well, there were people that know about the door. The minute this happened, we were separated. They separated us from the people that came from the mainland, from other visitors, other staff that come back to work. They separated us from them. There was a big separation. And they didn't want us talking to anyone, you see. They didn't want us to be there together. That's why they don't want anniversaries.
Most of the media were not too bad about it, but there were certain elements that you could tell they just wanted to shut down any kind of questioning.
Ray Martin and I don't get on well together. He came up to me when Martin Bryant was the day he was sentenced. He said, haven't we got a good outcome? I said, no, we haven't. I said, I think it's disgraceful what is going on in that courtroom. He said, why do you say that? I said, that lawyer never given a chance. They just crucified him. Every sentence crucified Martin Bryant and never stood up and said, don't do that, don't say that. You can't say that. I was in it, and I was so disgusted. So I told Ray Martin.
Yeah, Ray Martin and the whole 60 Minutes crew and all those, they're not exactly paragons of integrity when it comes to, you know, journalistic reporting. And certainly I have no love whatsoever for Avery. I think he's a scumbag.
That's terrible. Poor old Martin Bryant before that anniversary. Wasn't it terrible?
He would have gotten off, or at least he would have been found not guilty by reason of insanity.
He did a lot of things without even having a proper person there to defend him. You know, he was left to his own devices, the poor little devil, and he really wouldn't know it. And I think he was going down to Port Arthur that day. From what I've gathered, he used to go with the police a lot. They used to take him down on exercises, right? They used to think he was so important. And no, that's what they've done. The fella that I saw sitting outside the cafe was not Martin Bryant.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Who do you think it looked like?
I've been out on the ferry and I was walking in.
Okay, so this, if you've zoned out a little bit because of the shitty audio, this is very interesting. Wendy just said the person who walked out of the Broad Arrow Cafe, that wasn't Martin Bryant. I'm paraphrasing. And now she just mentioned that Overton guy. I think that was the pickpocketing guy, the guy that was going through the pockets of the people inside the cafe. And Simi, remember we had a conversation about whether it was for like pickpocketing reasons or perhaps gathering up any identifying information that might be incriminating to the agents involved in the false flag. I'm going with option B, but this is interesting. So,
and I walked past this bloke sitting at the cafe. He was staring at me. But when I got really close to him, his eyes, something about his eyes, he wasn't nice looking at all. And I didn't know Martin Bryant either. I went to the cafe and ducked out the side door, and then just after that, he must have followed me. and the shooting started. But I know why he was looking at me now, because I had a work uniform on, and he saw me go into the cafe. I hadn't even thought of that for a few days until Martin Bryant, his picture, came in the newspaper. And he was that much better looking than this fella. This fella had a strong, straggly hair. He wasn't, nice at all. Martin Bryant was quite a snappy looking boy. Nice dresser and everything, and it wasn't the same one.
Is there any chance at all that it might have been Martin Bryant who had, been so unhinged that he'd lost his kind of look, so to speak? Is
I don't think so. Now, people that saw him close to what I did, like Graham Collier, he shot him in the throat. He said it wasn't Martin Bryant that shot him. And he watched him the whole time. He shot him in the throat, he was down on the floor, partly paralysed. And he said, I was sort of making out I was dead because there's that much blood coming out of him. And the bloke stood right around him. He didn't pull the trigger. And Graham watched him. And he said it was not Martin Bryant. Swear to it.
It's a very frightening proposition.
I've had a name given to me, but I can't prove it. And I've seen one man's life be destroyed, and I don't want to be responsible for another man's life being destroyed. I'll give you that name.
Yeah,
I'll give it to you.
Yes, please.
The name I've been given is Ben Overby.
Yeah, which is Hans's son. And I know that Ben basically committed suicide 6 months after Port Arthur.
Supposedly. That was caused to his brother. He had a brother that I actually spoke to quite a bit on email. He was quite religious, trying to get information out of him. But he didn't know much about that boy. You read Overby's statement, and 1 minute he was there with 2 boys, and then after that, after shooting so many of one. But anyway, I can't follow that. I can't. I've got too much on my plate to follow that, but I'm just telling you what I think. Another thing that happened, Hans Overby, he was very arrogant, quite nasty in the cafe when I walked in. One of the women that was hiding in the cafe said she saw him after the gunman left, going through people's pockets.
Jesus.
He's obviously looking for something. And I believe he was the backup shooter with the man with the shotgun, because there was a shotgun fired in there several times. I found so many people that tell us that.
With yourself, for instance, I don't believe anyone particularly owns this incident, but I think that you, along with a lot of other people, deserve sort of justice and to be treated and portrayed in a fair and respectful manner.
Well, I told you what I'd do if it happened to me again. I'd get in the car and go. For what they put me through. Because I can tell you, and this is in all honesty, the years and the months after Fort Arthur was worse than Massacre. What they did to us. I'd need another 8 hours to tell you about it.
I've tried to be as respectful to some of the cops that I've spoken to, like Terry McCarthy and Phil Pike and some of those blokes.
Well, none of them are on my side. I'll tell you that straight now, they're not. Did you ever see the police training video I got?
The training one, yes, I've seen that one. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, well, did you have the bodies on it?
Yes, I did see those.
Well, like I got into terrible trouble over that. Because it came to me, the video ended up with me. A lady that I knew found it in that was bought it out of the chip shop in Hobart, so she says. And we reckon it was probably local. Anyway, she sent a copy to me.
Wait. I was listening to this, the usual thing for me at work. Excuse me. I didn't catch that bit. I must have been distracted while that bit came on. I didn't realize that training video, which we'll probably watch tomorrow night as part of the false flag episode, explaining the way Paul Moda hypothesizes that it went down. So a lady found that training video in what did she say? An op shop, like a secondhand shop? I think that's what she said. A gift shop. Bought it. Wait, a lady that I knew found it, bought it out of the gift shop in Hobart. What? Okay. That's fucking crazy. Oh my goodness. Excuse me. Before I keep going, Simi said, so they never gave any fucks about the witnesses that said it wasn't him. No, because that doesn't suit the narrative. If indeed this was a false flag event orchestrated by the Australian government, then that's why there was no trial. There couldn't be a trial because that would be reasonable doubt, right? And that's why there was no royal commission or coronial inquiry, because ditto, despicable.
Bought it out of the chip shop in Hobart, so she says. And we reckon it was probably Luton. Anyway, she sent a copy to me. That's the copy that I got. The bodies weren't right honest. You know, they were sort of back further after 10 minutes left tape, and the bodies rolled up. Right, no idea they were even honest.
Pause. Yes, Laura, that's my hypothesis too. I believe things that are leaked to the public generally are leaked by either whistleblowers or the actual authorities. And it's my belief and opinion that video was put into circulation to intensify the shock and horror of the event, because it was only months. I believe it was only not long after the actual Port Arthur massacre that this came to light, came into the public sphere, because it would solidify the outrage towards Martin Bryant, because not only all of the narrative, but suddenly it's out there that people can see the victims, their bodies. Like, what are we doing here? If not to further instill fear as a method of control of the general public to get further manufactured consent, buy-in to the changes that were made to Australian laws, and animosity, loathing of the patsy, Martin Bryant. That's my opinion.
And anyway, I ran David Llewellyn, who was Minister for Police, and I knew his wife quite well. Anyway, they jumped on it and carried on then, and turns out some other people that had been out for quite a while and they've been used. See, half of them don't know the true story. It might be the only way you can get the word out, the truth.
Well, I'm going to keep fighting for it and hope you're proud of what I do.
I will be, I'm sure.
This isn't over, and it's just starting. It's just starting.
Paul.
Well, look, thank you very, very much. I wish you very much the best, and I'll certainly be in touch again.
Okay. All right, Paul.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. That was the lovely Wendy Scurr, courageous lady involved. Date is the 22nd of the 11th, 2016. It is now 6:33 p.m.
So that was almost 10 years ago, huh? Gotcha, header. Yes, gotcha. I got it. Thank you. I will order that after. I love mine. They're beautiful quality. Love 10. Great choice. Let me clear my throat again. What's going on? Hashtag she needs more cheese. Now, moving on to this glorious fellow. Let me give you a little thank you for your truth, Wendy. Yes. So this is Stephen Howard. His wife Elizabeth was one of the two women that were behind the counter working in the gift shop part of the Broad Arrow Cafe. They'd been married for 3 years. I think they were both 27 or 28 each. He uses, for us Psychology Corner shorties, Stephen, uses a lot of third person distancing language, understandably, right? It's quite interesting how it's my interpretation how he uses. I don't think he says I or me once. Maybe he does, but mostly he'll say you, but he's referring to himself. Very interesting. And he, the second, I think it's about an hour. Wait, let me check. I think Yeah, this one's, I think they're 37, but it's about 40 minutes for each one. So a bit less. So it's lovely. So this is an in-person interview with Paul Moder. It's muted, so that's going to be unhelpful. Let's do it.
Of April 1996, 1:27, when the first shot rang out. I was confident it was a gun. At that stage, I wanted to get inside to find Elizabeth. I walked right through the middle of the cafe. You'd look around the rest of this building, probably 3 times the size of this lounge room, and there was death everywhere.
Wow, Laura. Okay. You mean this now, Stephen? You're welcome.
Welcome to the WASP Files. Some of this material may be distressing and viewer discretion is advised. I promised on the WASP Files that I would be presenting evidence and testimony from people other than myself. So it was always very important to me in investigating Port Arthur that I speak to the people that were there, the people that were directly or indirectly involved. This includes police, first responders, survivors, some of whom were injured or who lost loved ones on the day.
Junior.
So I would like to introduce this next very courageous and lovely gentleman, a man who I consider a friend of mine, who has come forward to tell his story about what he went through. He lost someone very near and dear to him at Port Arthur and was an employee at the time. His name is Mr. Stephen Howard, and thank him for coming forward for the WASP Files.
Port Arthur came more government held. How do I say that? There was
No, Hedda, thank you so much for joining. I'm sorry I missed your email. It must have slipped past me, but I've got your reply and your selection. So sleep well. Definitely watch the replay, crew, and we love you. Oh, wait, wrong screen. Derp.
concessionaires on the site, what was known as the Broad Arrow Cafe, that was privately owned by a concessionaire. Well, when the government or Port Arthur took over from Jim, that would create a bit of work. We wouldn't know what, but it was gutted out, cleaned out, and Port Arthur would refurbish it.
So Jim Laycock.
Jim Laycock, that's correct. Yeah. There was the cafeteria on one side and then retail on the other. And as it would work out, a position came up in the retail side of it. It was day work. The peninsula and hospitality, tourism, retail are 7 days in that area. So you knew you would be doing every other weekend and night and days, and would lead into a little bit of night work. And the opportunity came, and it was about middle of March 1996 or beginning of March 1996. Elizabeth would gain employment at Port Arthur Historic Site, and she was working in the Broad Arrow Cafe in the retail side of it. Yeah, retail side of the building.
So that was what, middle of March? This happened at the end of April. So 6 weeks maybe they were both working there.
That was like a gift shop.
A gift shop, souvenirs, and gifts. A pretty good gift shop. There was a lot of books and the little bit of general rubbish that you see in every shop that's got the key rings and all those sorts of things. But some nice clothes and some really, really good books and literature. And that was ranged from school kids books right through to some pretty heavy duty, what I call heavy duty, big books that for the person that liked their history could really sink their teeth into. And it was a pretty good place to be in and work in. Would have had the open fire in winter, and we'd pretty much thought we'd cornered ourselves in the market. We'd got it both working daytime, as it worked out in the same place.
Did you used to meet for lunch and say, okay, I'll meet you?
I wouldn't say we'd meet for lunch. It was because you never know sometimes when lunch was. So you couldn't be in the kitchen at home and saying, right, we'll have a burger at 12. no worries, because you just had no idea. You could be doing a tour, you as a tour guide there, when you're on the full day, tours went from 9:30 through to, I think, 3:30 was the last. So you got your lunch when you got it. I would drop into the building, into the Broad Arrow Cafe, and say hello. And if she was outside the building and saw me, naturally, you'd say hello.
I was going to touch on something where you said you were pretty much just going there, you were doing your job, show up, fulfill your roster, working a lot. Were you aware of any changes in the management, how they did things? Were there any discussions about OC health and safety or
No
procedure?
idea. No idea. If you'd have asked me then who was on the board, I'd have had no idea. I heard of this Michael Mazengard dude, but don't really know much about him, but he was the chair of the board at the time. And David Reed was the CEO. I had met David a couple of times, but really didn't have any dealings with any management. Occupational health and safety.
How did they
Or after.
communicate, for instance, any memos about changes in protocol?
You just basically get told from our manager and supervisor. I really don't recall anything that changed.
I'm just going to pause it. I don't know what you guys can see, but on my end, I changed my ear. Sorry, walk and talk. I changed over my earbuds because my ear hole on this side was itchy, right? So I went off camera to switch so I could itch it. I gave it a good old itch with my right in there, good old itch. You don't need to see that. And then I came back, put the camera back on, and then I was just frozen on my screen with my like this. Classy. God. I really hope it's not glitching on your end because yikes, not professional.
Greatly at the time. You know, we all did a first aid course, and there were a couple of guest speakers that came down, more to do with the history side of things. Between where I was and the board, it was a tale of two cities, two different people. You just, there was the Minister for Tourism too, I'm guessing, that probably had his input at the time, but I wouldn't have known who it was. That's way up in Hobart.
Were you in any way aware that there had been a legislative change to working for government buildings where they removed the capacity for government workers to be able to sue the government for OC health and safety issues?
No.
Nothing like that was ever tabled?
Wouldn't have known anything. Would not have known anything. If these things, if they happened when they happened, it certainly wasn't put to us in any formal meetings or whatever we'd like to call them, and our chance to respond or to reply would have just happened. And I remember the union dude was there when there was a bit of negotiation about a pay increase, and that all was very boring, same old thing. He's trying to do his best, and the board are just, you're not getting it, and you just rock up to work the next day, and
Did you feel like they looked after you as workers?
At the time when I started employment there, and while I was working there, I thought it was pretty good. You didn't know what time you had your lunch break, but you still got it. When you're sitting in one of the restored houses, say in winter, and you've got the fire going, and you're sitting there reading your book, educating yourself on the Australian history, getting paid for it, sitting in front of the fire, well, you can't really say it's, I didn't get my morning tea this morning. That's a bit rude. Well, it's your own fault because you didn't go and make a cup of coffee. So, that's how it was. That's what the job as guides were.
Pierre, another book reference. Isn't it lovely that he took so much joy from being able to access amazing books and also read them to increase his knowledge. I love it.
What's your understanding of the door, the door that was the fire exit door to the Broad Arrow Cafe?
Good question,
was supposed to be a fire exit door, but it was either nailed shut or it was...
Pause. Let me see. Oh, that's not what I'm trying to do. God, it's like I've never done this before. Every dang time. When was this interview? Well, it was uploaded 10 months ago. Hmm. I'm not sure. There might. Wait, no, I'm not sure. So this was 11th of March. Oh, that's my wedding anniversary. Last year. Paul in the phone interviews always says what day and date. If we're going by Paul's hair, it's longer now, and he wears it in a pony. So Laura might. Oh no. Anyway, too long. Don't read. Not sure. Good question. I'll have a scout around on the internets.
Defective or
Defective. I know a little bit about that because
recent-ish.
When Port Arthur were taking over, Port Arthur Historic Site took over the Broad Arrow Cafe. It all, to my knowledge, I don't know what contracts and what had to be done and the ins and outs. I just knew that there was an opening day or the day that they were planning, etc., etc. And the then manager of the Broad Arrow Cafe, or who was going to be the retail manager, she asked me, could I work with her on an evening? And basically, I didn't do a ghost tour. I went in and worked inside the cafe. And yeah, happy to do it. Yeah, no worries. So in I went around about the same time as what the ghost tours, or maybe even earlier. We were setting up bookshelves and setting up display areas. And I didn't know a real lot about the inside of the building or the workings of it. And there was a door in the middle of the cafe, and all I can remember is going in there. Don't let that door shut. Don't let that door shut. So there was a small piece.
Sorry about the throat clearing. Oh my God. Wow, classy. I think I got it. From what I can gather, this interview was conducted on the 1st of May, 2024. So recent-ish. Yes? To less than 2 years ago.
Piece of
Yes.
copper log sitting in that doorway. And it was for the contractors and also the employees of the site, the carpentry crew that smoked. You'd go out that door, have your smoke, and then come back in. So it was sitting 5-6 centimetres open with the treated pine stopping it from closing. Didn't think much more about it at that stage. Didn't care. Did I smoke at the time? I was on and off the smoke, so possibly I went out and had one too, from memory. And don't move the copper log. Just make sure that, because that's the door on that particular side of the building.
But the door had a handle, so
The door had a handle. Everything was there. It just didn't work. Cool. Bit of pine there. Keep it open. Cool. Yeah, easy. Yeah, I can work with that.
how on the day of the Sunday, how did the day start for you?
The day started. Elizabeth was working in the Broad Arrow Cafe in her job. I was doing what was the visitor services lunches, so doing the toll booth, and then the two office jobs.
Right there. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. I was thinking about you before. I don't know. Oh, we had the conversation about the population of Australia last weekend, and I said 28 million, and you said 26 million. I don't know what. Oh, I was doing a. I can't remember something on the Twitters. I think the latest stats is 27.5 million population of Australia. So I was over, you were under. Let's meet in the middle. Good to see you.
Ladies down the bottom, or men, I should, not ladies, but the two office
is
jobs
us,
down
men.
the bottom.
True.
I was up when Elizabeth left, well and truly. I can't remember exactly what time she started, but
Early start.
well, you'd 90. You say something. I don't know if it was as early as 8:30. They would have been well underway by 9:30. Put it that way. So it was a kiss in the kitchen, and I still remember that to this day. And I'll see you down there. Have fun. Yep. So Elizabeth left at whatever time for her to get to her work.
Well, no, not a thing. It just I happened upon it when it was something a Twitter reply that I was doing about something else. No, it was about with regards to the young mother to be and her aunt and her partner all being slain by the domestic violence guy. What's her name? Sophia. Anyway, and I was getting stats to rebuke the we don't have a gun problem. We have a domestic violence problem, and it came up in that research for that rebuttal.
Her starting time, few hours ticked over pretty quickly for me. On 11th. I just can't remember the exact timing. It was a funny sort of like 11:15 or something you would start, or 11:45. It was not a normal time, because you basically 11:30 till 2:30 was the 3-hour bracket. So you'd be in the toll booth on or about 11:30 till 12:30. You would then go down and do the 2 lunches. Those 2 jobs, they were literally sitting nearly side by side. It was just a wall.
Sorry, Stephen. When you listen to it, sounds like prior to this, quite an idyllic place to work, Port Arthur Historic Site, right? He's talking now about, I was thinking this was notable to me when I was listening the first time. They do an hour shift on one station, move to another, sit by the fire reading historic books on your break. Just so gut-wrenching that, I don't know. I mean, anyway, that this happened at this place. Then kind of fitting, isn't it? Because it was a penal colony. Penal.
In the middle, you do 1 hour and then swap over and do the other hour. So I started at the toll booth at 11:30 in the toll booth that day. And yeah, basically the girl that was there, most of them would stay in the building itself, because by the time you got in your car, drove down, had your lunch, you would look at your clock, it was nearly time to go back again. So you pretty much just stay there the day, which was good. If it really, really, really got busy, as it did sometimes, you could open up the other side. So you could have 2 windows going. So I guess they stayed there for that reason as well. But this particular day, beautiful sunny autumn day, we'd had a bit of ordinary weather leading up to the end of April, and Sunday the 28th of April 1996 started out a really nice sunny day. Yeah, and
in the toll booth, what were the duties of the toll booth?
You basically have to answer 100 questions in minimal time, because you could see the cars would start backing up if there was a problem. From basically, you would give them a piece of paper and plead with them to read it. You would try and explain, you've got to do this, you need to have this with you, as in the sticker. There are various tours that are included in this ticket, but don't just turn up to the boat, because you've got to go and get a boarding pass, because the boat could only take, I don't know offhand, say 150. Once 150 tickets were handed out for the 10:30 trip, that was it. Boat was licensed to carry so many. So you were trying to get all this across, and they were changing money, and some would be telling you how, it should be parks and wildlife and it should be free, and others were happy to just your standard responses.
Customer
when you would
service
get to somewhere
bullshit.
and the person had to hand out the money, and you'd cop it, whether it was good, bad or ugly.
And the tickets for the ferry
Yes.
to the Isle of the Dead, were they bought at the toll booth?
No. All the tickets. This was the ticket and the ticket and tours. It was the 2 jobs you would do down in the bottom on your visitor services lunches. One of them was responsible for the 2 Isle of the Dead tours, and which were an extra cost actually physically at the island. But the harbour cruise, which was a 20-minute harbour cruise, was included in your ticket, but you would still have to go and get the boarding pass, so they could keep control of numbers on and off the boat. Obviously, they're licensed to only carry so many. So a fair bit went on in that spiel as quick as you could possibly get it, and hope that most of it was taken in. And then you get down to the bottom, but they said it's all included. No, it's not all included. It was a little bit, it did get a little bit tedious at times, those things, but it was black and white, and you knew what it was. You pay to land on the island, the harbour cruise is free. Can't explain it any easier than that. You want to get off the boat and go to the Isle of the Dead, you're paying. But you just want to sit on the cruise, it's included. But you've got to get a boarding pass.
Did you have to take down details of cars or anything like that?
No.
You just take their money, give them
Take their money, and they would drive down. These are the tickets, have your sticker on you, because as in you can put it here, you put it in your pocket. You may randomly get asked that randomly. I don't ever recall doing it or be asked to do it or anything like that. So basically it was your proof of payment, and depending on what time you got there, you could use that for a period next day as well. But just keep your sticker on you, get a boarding pass if you want to go on the boat, pay the extra $5 to land on the island. And that was pretty much your toll booth.
And how long did you work there on that day from the 11th?
It was
Sorry, YouTube's gone wild on us. So I just typed, "Isn't he so lovely?" You can see it here, but YouTube rejected that comment. Kick's fine with it. YouTube said, "Nope, spam." We're doing that again, are we? Goodness me. Must be something about the subject, because that's bloody crazy. I'll go back by 10.
pay the extra $5 to land on the island. And that was pretty much your toll booth.
And how long did you work there on that day from the 11th?
It was the lunches. The lunches for the guides was 1 hour. Visitor services was 45 minutes. So you'd be in the toll booth from 11:30 till 12:15, and then you would go down and do the two down the bottom. So 45 minutes in the toll booth, you'd get in and shut the door, and you think, oh, shit, that's bloody 45 already. Wow. Just
So it was a busy day.
busy. Yeah.
Do you remember at all if you were in the toll booth when the yellow Volvo showed up?
You can't put my finger. I can't say yes, I remember the top Rollo, and yes, I remember the surfboard, etc. But I do very clearly remember person that was anxious, very anxious, paid with a $50 note, didn't ask any questions, didn't care for, you see a younger person.
So $50 these days, not that much. $50 in 1996, that's a big note. Back in the day, like, you'd have 20s. 50 is it's a noteworthy amount, right? And remember how have we watched it yet? No, I think it's in the false flag one, but I have talked about it. The shooter driving the yellow Volvo with the surfboard on the top, did a few things on the road trip from the origin to the destination, i.e. Port Arthur Historical Site, to ensure that person was memorable. One of them was paying with a handful of coins. So think about it. This person that paid with a $50 note at the toll booth upon arriving at Port Arthur Historical Site had a $50 note, but they paid with coins for a bottle of ketchup, tomato sauce at the supermarket on the way there, and stopped off and bought weed after helping two young women get their fuse or their electrical issue. They couldn't get their car started. And remember also, Martin Bryant wasn't known to be particularly mechanically or engineer kind of minded, great at chess, but this is Martin Bryant, not your brightest bulb in the chandelier. So this person had money to pay for weed. I'm not sure of the order in which that time. I think it goes tomato sauce, handful of coins, first stop, memorable stop. Second stop in the timeline, I believe, was helping the young women by the side of the road. But then he had money to pay $50 for a bag of weed. And then getting to the toll booth, most people, let's make a generalization. Wouldn't you have saved your coins? I don't know. No, probably not. You don't want to count coins. Anyway, $50 of weed and had another 50. This is a young man who didn't have a job but had money. That inheritance from Helen Harvey. Gee, we've learned so much, haven't we? But it's memorable to pay at the toll booth, in my opinion, with a 50 because Stephen remembered it. Yes. Put all this, stick a pin in these things because they're all important. Creating a trail of breadcrumbs of recollection for people along the way. But if it wasn't Martin, if it was someone who knew just enough about Martin to have some interactions that would indicate that the blonde, perhaps with a wig, person in the yellow Volvo, you're going to remember the yellow Volvo with the surfboard, the blonde hair, and those memorable moments. Yes?
Person come in and
I'll go back by 10.
Very anxious, paid with the surfboard, etc., etc. But I do very clearly remember this person that was anxious, very anxious, paid with a $50 note, didn't ask any questions, didn't care for, you see a younger person come in and not worry about the money, like, you'd say 13, whatever it was back then, 50, 13, 50, whatever it was. And it was the 50 come across and distinctly remember the 50 and anxious, but not angry. Anxious, but not angry. So like I'm almost just want to get through this, but just get down there and just have my day type thing.
Psyched, almost psyched, yeah?
Twice, why would you have a
Geeing himself up.
Shit, if they're travelling for the day, well, you can't, no lockers down there, you can lock your surfboard up for the day. So really, things like that weren't, I'm not saying everyone had a surfboard, but it wasn't strange.
But what is strange is that word around the traps, word on the street is that Martin, they call him Marty. Marty couldn't surf. Marty didn't surf. I learned that snippet in the interview that Paul did with Greeley, the Aussie rapper. I've referenced that interview before. So that's if only somebody could talk to Martin Bryant in prison, some journalist perhaps. I mean, God forbid, the police.
Wasn't strange at all to see a sedan with roof racks and a surfboard on it.
Rachel, hello. Well, good to see you.
And 3 or 4 beaches within less than 20 kilometres. No biggie at all. Just distinctly remember, anxious but not angry.
And blonde hair and all.
Yeah, just the blondish hair. I can't say how many people you'd serve in 45 minutes, but
blondish hair is interesting because if we recall the photos of Martin at that time, very blonde, blondish hair. That's interesting to me too. I would call Martin Bryant in those photos that are all around the media, blonde hair, straight up, blondish hair. Interesting.
You could be looking at one every 3 to 4 minutes, 5 minutes at maximum, and so when you divide that in, you don't. If you said to me what was the next person behind, I had no idea. But it's only that later years things would get pointed out and you could remember.
Do you remember where you might have been when you heard there was trouble, or how did you get
distinctly? This is the this would later become a very talked about time, and I know 1:27. How do you know? I know it was 1:27 because the 1:32 I had not left. Some would later in time with timelines have us that it had to be well after 1:27, after 1:30. No, it wasn't 1:27, and I was just outside the ticket and tours office when the first shot rang out. The first shot, second, third, I said firearm. I had a little bit to do with firearms at that stage. I did own a rifle, a bolt action rifle. I had a 223 bolt action, which was the same caliber used inside the cafe. So shooting in the paddock's different to shooting indoors, but I was confident it was a gun. And the
pause. Sorry, I just had to go and check something at the front door. Hey, Junior, blonde hair and a yellow Volvo. Hard to forget that, right? And then add into that all those other little really kind of memorable, odd interactions the shooter with the blonde hair in the yellow Volvo with a surfboard on top had with people along the way, just to make sure that people remembered. Now, Voidir says, sorry, Lisa, I haven't watched all of your coverage on this. Forgive me if I speak out of school. Not at all. Great playlist though. We've delved into a lot. I'm sure Martin is on the spectrum somewhere. He wasn't shy of $1 from Helen's money. He was a little, and then there's going to be, and probably was odd all the time. Correct. Yes. Paul Moder, who's doing the interview, conducting this interview with Stephen Howard, often says, what does he? He says. What does he say it? How does he? Anyway, Asperger's. It's noted that Martin Bryant was likely autistic. I would suggest that not Asperger's, which infers higher functioning, articulate, on the upper end of sort of above average intelligence, whereas Martin was the other end of it. So Asperger's is not it's an outdated term anyway, but yes, all that to say yes, because 66 IQ and mental age of roughly an 11-year-old, not mechanically minded, quite odd, dressed flamboyantly once he came into that money, which I love. Shout out all us neurodivergent folk who have quirky fashion tastes. I mean, here's me with my hungry little caterpillar earrings on. I tone it down for the stream, but I'm all about cool fashion in my own little way. I always have been. But apparently a very good chess player, Voidir. So that also fits into the idea of, like neurodivergent with a couple of special interests, or and also was that Lee, that inmate who spent time with Martin in Risdon prison in 1999 for about 9 months, who said that Martin's recall about guns, weaponry, was, he said it was like he'd been brainwashed. It was like he'd been brainwashed, which plays into my opinion, and the evidence kind of points to that. All the anecdotal and all the links along the way through Martin's life was that, or his from his about the age of 16, that he was probably mind controlled, MK Ultra. So easier to teach someone who's vulnerable, susceptible to things, teach them all about guns under that brainwashing, mind control, MK Ultra, but also and so not real smart, kind of quirky, quite very, very simple, childlike in his conversation style. And we saw that in some of those interview clips, very short, that we've watched in one of the previous episodes, but also exceptionally good at chess.
Repetitive banging quickly, told me semi-automatic, and we knew there was a problem. I was with one of my very good mates, colleague.
Pause. I'm going to go back
it.
because I interrupted that because I was checking something in the front door. I interrupted the beginning of his story, which isn't helpful for continuity. So let's do that, and I won't interrupt.
With timelines, have us that it had to be well after 1:27, after 1:30. No, it wasn't 1:27, and I was just outside the ticket and tours office when the first shot rang out. The first shot, second, third, I said firearm. I had a little bit to do with firearms at that stage. I did own a rifle, a bolt action rifle. I had a 223 bolt action, which was the same caliber used inside the cafe. So shooting in the paddock's different to shooting indoors, but I was confident it was a gun. And the repetitive banging quickly, told me semi-automatic, and we knew there was a problem. I was with one of my very good mates, colleague there, and he'd had a lot of firearm experience, and we knew it was a gun.
Who were you with at the time?
Ashley Law, he was a tour guide at that stage as well, so basically the same job as me. Ashley and I were partners in crime, drinking partners, everything partners. I'd pick him up on the way to work and vice versa, and there'd be the stubby on the way home after a ghost tour, or one or two stubbies on the way home after a ghost tour, and we'd become very, very close after Port Arthur until the time I left Tasmania. But he had a wider knowledge of firearms than I did, and we were both pretty confident that it was a gun. And you don't run to a gun, you run away from it. And we did what we could with the large number of people in front of us at the information office to get them out of the way, because whoever had that gun, if they came out onto the balcony, they're looking at upwards of 60, 70, maybe even 80 people, 100 could have been. And you would have just opened fire on a group.
So you pretty much sprung into action, and
Yep.
once you realised,
absolutely,
you started to just get people out of there.
Yep.
How did they react?
It was reaction to a lot of people. A lot of people were good because they just got going. We could get from where we were around the corner, so you were never going to be safe, but bullets don't go around corners either, so you were confident that you weren't going to get nabbed.
Did you sort of stay calm, or were you?
I thought for the situation, and as you would later find out what would happen, people were very calm. There was a small handful that wanted to get inside for the reenactment, and I can confidently tell you, I work here, there's no reenactment, let's go. And
which he just said, we've spoken about it before, that tourists, period, a lot of them thought that it was a reenactment and were going towards the sound. And I mean, again, particularly because this was the largest mass shooting event in the world at the time. It was before the epidemic of school shootings, etc., in the US had begun in earnest. Things, the Dunblane mass shooting in Scotland, which was 6 weeks earlier, was 16 people killed, and I think it was 21 people all up shot. 16 died. But so why on an idyllic, peaceful, like, it's a beautiful area, right? On a Sunday, beautiful autumn day, just after lunch. Why would you think that that it was? See, why would you think that it was anything other than a reenactment, a penal colony, right? A lot of American tourists, so maybe you all do. Sometimes I can be kind of dumb, like, oh my god, like I love it about myself. I'm like, I'm super smart until I'm not. But thank you, you're very kind, too kind. So that's a very serene location, huh? The shadows here suggest to me that it's early-ish in the morning. No, wait, what would that be? Anyway, either late in the day or early in the morning. I can't think about the direction of the sun and where Port Arthur is on the map in terms of northwest, east, south. What? See? A very, very, very intelligent idiot. I heard someone call me a dum-dum today on Twitter. I was like, okay, mate, righto, champ. Righto, ad hominem, let's go. Although I had already said maybe perhaps he didn't have the capacity to follow the concept. So I did kind of ask for it. I went in with an ad hominem, but I was rebutting an ad hominem of his own. So, Twitter. What would I do without it?
The majority left. I was later to find out that Ashley stayed on and around about the corner. I actually took refuge in the bush behind the cafe. But you could still constantly hear the banging, and I had grave thoughts there and then for what was going to be inside. and also for who I knew was inside and what I could find if and when I got inside. I was later to go down, scale down a bit of a rock face at the back of the Broad Arrow Cafe. We'll walk past a person that had been shot, but peppered with shotgun pellets, had black spots all over his face and bleeding. And that's not a semi-automatic rifle. So where that happened, how that happened, I don't know.
Was that person deceased?
So, that's interesting, right? That's one of those weird little things that's never been explained because no trial and no coronial inquest or inquiry or what? Royal Commission. What? Am I getting the words right? My brain. See, again, very, very, very intelligent idiot. I'm overloaded with new info. How did victims have shotgun pellet damage? Evidence of shotgun pellets on their bodies, including I believe one of the guys that survived had shotgun pellet evidence on him, but the recovered weapon that was found in the boot of the yellow Volvo was that AR-15. So thanks, Ms. Hope. You're the besticles, just like testicles, only better. Welcome to D.
No, very alive. Bleeding.
There we go.
And
Yes,
that's not a
keep listening, Lisa.
semi-automatic rifle. So where that happened, how that happened, I don't know.
Was that person deceased? Or
No, very alive.
just wounded?
Very, very alive and wounded. The gun noise had left the cafe and you could hear it up the road. So we're guessing we're just shooting it as we're getting out. I didn't care for how close it was. At that stage, I wanted to get inside to find Elizabeth.
Was the feeling an overwhelming a sense of fear or panic or anger or shock?
23 years later, I can't remember. Shock, naturally, you're going to be shocked because you don't expect that anywhere. The greatest, biggest Hollywood movie isn't going to produce that. If they do, you're going to have half an idea what you're going to be looking at before you walked in. But we're just tour guides, and these people want to come and hear us talk, so they're having their fish and chips and their cups of coffee. That's not a Hollywood movie. But my first sight when I walked in that movie was a lady by the name of Kate Scott, her partner Nick Sargent. Kate was shot at point blank range with the .223 caliber rifle to the head. And
so obviously he's getting into the details. Am I muted? No, thank God. Amazing. He's getting into the details of what the carnage that he walked into. What a brave man. I mean, so many heroes, but not many have spoken out. I mean, I've watched all of Paul's the WASP Files playlist now. But what a brave man. So, but just a general trigger warning. And where we understand this is a gruesome thing, but it's important to listen to, right? To understand the gravity and the depravity of a government and above Agenda 2030, the oligarchs, the master planners of humanity, putting individual humans through this despicable trauma.
There was nothing left of the back of her head. And that was my first sight when I walked into the Broad Arrow Cafe. And I live with that today, 23 years later. And you can't picture it, you can't draw it, you can't imagine it when you see it for real.
Mozzie.
You go shooting in the paddock, you're going to hit a kangaroo or a deer or a rabbit or whatever, and your headshots, you want to save the bodies for either the skin or the pelts or the meat itself, but you don't shoot people in the head. And this is what was hard to understand. And as you would go further into the cafe, the door I entered through was on the opposite side of the gift shop. And I couldn't see Elizabeth, but a colleague of mine came to meet me to tell me, but I already knew. I just knew. And I walked right through the middle of the cafe, didn't see anything either side of me to where Elizabeth was working. And then I saw her laying on the ground, face down. And would be her second cousin, Nicole Burgess. She was laying next to Elizabeth. And you didn't have to worry too much about taking pulses because people shot in the head don't survive as a rule. And then you'd look around the rest of this building, probably 3 times the size of this lounge room, 4 times the size of this lounge room, and there was death everywhere. And can you prepare yourself for it? No. Can you just push it away? Oh, well, that's today. What's on tomorrow? No, you can't. 23 years later, can you think back and what you looked at in that building and say, is it real? Well, yeah, it was actually. It was pretty real, yeah. You don't shoot people. We don't shoot them in the head. You just don't. It's not a normal part of life.
Pause. He's saying 23 years later, just as in reference to Shelley, you asking when this interview happened. He's saying 23 years later, and here we go with me and my varying degrees of intelligence. This happened in 1996 plus 20 is, wait, oh my God, 2016 plus 3, 2019. So I guarantee you he would know exactly how long. So I guess this is probably, internet got it wrong. I guess this is a 2019 interview, Shelley. So we are investigators here. The poor man. See how anyway.
Especially in a little country town that's a tourist attraction. You just don't shoot people in the head. And as the day would go on, it just didn't stop down the bottom. You'd find that there's another 8, 9, 8 deaths before we get back to Seascape. And to later find that it was another colleague and her 2 daughters. Getting your head round, I think, a 6-year-old child and a 3-year-old child dead, shot dead. Like, you know, it just doesn't happen. It's not real. It was real, but it's not real. How did it all happen? It's just
And the door was closed. The people who
the door was closed, and this had become the loss of your wife was pretty bad, but this door would become an issue as time would go on. Yeah, because if you want to get out of your house, what do? You walk through the door. If you want to go out the back to feed the dogs, what do you got to do? You walk through the door. So it's a pretty instinctive thing that if you want to leave the inside of a building, you go through the door. But the door didn't open. Yeah, there were people piled up against the door because they saw what they thought was their exit, their ticket out of this place, and the door didn't work. Elizabeth and Nicole knew the door didn't work. I knew the door didn't work because I was there 6 weeks earlier with that little treated pine copper log, kept it open so we could go and have a smoke. But once it became a working place, the door was shut. So why didn't the door work? I don't know. Why didn't it work? It was, you know, from all sorts of things, an independent inquiry, and then, you know, the director of public prosecutions, I believe, it sent it up to Hobart for a locksmith to look at, and didn't open. What do you need a bloody locksmith to no wonder what he got paid for it, to tell us that the lock mechanism didn't work. Like,
Hi, C. Looper. You're very welcome. This is we're actually up to part 5 of this series. If you would like to watch the first parts, I see you're over there on X, friend. But on my YouTube channel, it's Miss Shorty. There's a playlist and all previous parts 1, 2, 3, 4, we've delved very deep into this horrific, clear false flag event in Australian history, April 28, 1996. It was at the time the biggest mass shooting in the world. And the math ain't mathin' with the official narrative when you compare it to a plethora of odd coincidences and factoids that are easily available and that we've been working through in this series. So thank you, Lupa. Good to see you.
The door didn't open. Simple as that.
Was it an old door? I mean,
it just didn't seem. It was just standard, bottom timber, top glass type thing, so you can display that we take FPOS and all sorts of other things, and bank card and Visa, and it was just a normal door that it didn't open. And this was going to become a big issue. And in the couple of weeks to months afterwards, I knew it was a bigger issue than what I thought it was ever going to be, because there was a letter that came to me. Let's just say it was from the board, or we'll say the board, and it came across the CEO's desk, the chief executive or chief executive officer's desk, and he'd handwrite on it something along the lines: can he take any further action against us, e.g. the door? I then received that letter.
Wow.
A typed letter with the Port Arthur letterhead, and then a handwritten note from the CEO. Can he take any further action against us, e.g. the door?
Now, I believe the CEO to which Stephen Howard is referring, yay! Hey, Loops, good to see you. Thanks for coming over here to the tubes, YouTube. Now, this CEO to which he's referring is, I believe, remember in that episode we watched, it was the Wendy Scurr interview presentation. That was part 2. Remember at the end there was that wanted poster, those graphics, and the whoever had put together that graphic had included John Howard, the then Prime Minister of Australia, Kim Beazley, and I believe this person who has remained nameless in this interview was also on that poster, because you have to be complicit, right? This guy has to be complicit. Not Stephen, the CEO that Stephen's referencing. Oh, look, we're almost at the end of this part of the interview.
Well, I'm not the only one that thinks the door's a bit of an issue. So
what was your response when you received that letter?
Oh, look, I don't. I just thought this will all just get to the lawyers, and this is going to be bigger than what anyone could believe. Wait, imagine private enterprise, a private person, a private shop, and the door doesn't open and someone loses their life. Wow, asses are going to get kicked here. This is going to be as big as the bloody shooting itself. This is, when it comes to light of day, that potentially 6 people would have looked at that door and none of them survived because the door didn't open. You just straight away think, geez, bloody barristers and lawyers in court, and I won't be anywhere near any of this. This is some
Barristers is what we in Australia refer to our attorneys or lawyers as, mostly barristers. I don't think there was a big deal about it. I think, like everything else, it was swept under the rug. And the only way that things like this can go away is if the powers that be are complicit in the cover-up, right?
someone's going to get their ass smashed here, because this is big. This is a big problem.
Did you, when you were in the cafe, did any of your colleagues come up to you? Do you remember people coming up to you and talking?
I know Wendy Scurr did. Wendy and I had various conversations throughout the afternoon. Nicole's mother was actually in charge of the site, or running the site that afternoon, Sue.
Pia, I think if I recall, in the beginning of the interview, maybe it was in when. Anyway, part of their contract, and they didn't realize it because who reads? I mean, not many people. My old offsider Anthony would read everything. I'd be like, "Can you read it and let me know?" I'm like, "Too long, don't read." But I believe in their contract. Not even in the contract. I think laws were put in place in the months, perhaps if I recall correctly, 6 months or less prior. Laws were put in place that government employees couldn't sue like it was the government for something like this, which again feels a lot like planning, doesn't it? So remember, we've also got somebody ordered 200 army blankets. Somebody, there was no name attached to the order. 200 army blankets to be delivered to the Port Arthur historical site in the weeks or months prior. You've got that 22 body morgue truck, which was commissioned, first of its kind in Australia, just months prior to this event, and then sold afterwards. You've got the refrigerated units that were put in place at Hobart Hospital in the morgue, more capacity for bodies. You've got the Code Brown, which was implemented in the months prior, which was a new level of code for the Hobart Hospital. You've got the hundreds of journalists from around the world who happened to be in Hobart for this weekend. You had the hundreds of trauma specialists, trauma surgeons and nurses who also happened to be in Hobart for this event. You have, what else was there? There's more. Like, honestly, there are so many what the actual fucks with this. I can't believe people refuse to shut down the idea that this was a false flag. Like, it happened, absolutely, an event that occurred, absolutely. But was it the way the official narrative tells us? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And people like that who refuse the cognitive dissonance, right? It's almost impossible to fathom, particularly if you're not anybody who has the appreciation, horrific understanding that it's all connected. They don't care about us, they, the government, they, the people, that we are expendable cattle, means to an end for their ultra plan. I guess it is much easier, but intellectually dishonest, to shut that down, shut down things that are placed in front of you, unless if you're either complicit, stupid, or willfully ignorant, right? There is nothing else. In denial, right? It's not just a river in Egypt.
As the most senior guide there,
Yep.
all
Everywhere.
management this particular weekend had gone up the East Coast for a seminar, which was the first time it ever happened that I'd been there.
And the seminar.
I really didn't think anything of it. I thought, who cares, go.
And this was a Sunday.
Sunday, whether it was a Saturday and Sunday, or no, it was just a Sunday itself, I think. I just can't remember exactly, but you'd picture them going up on a Monday or something up the East Coast for a seminar somewhere, but
so they had, in essence,
Pause. Pierre, I believe that they brought those blankets in so that those 500 people who were all corralled at the site, unable to leave because they're all, witnesses to this horrific event. I guess 200 blankets would maybe come in handy if there was going to be a mass event at a site with only one road in and one road out. In autumn in Tasmania, very, very cool temperatures by then. They had inclement weather, and Tasmania gets much colder than the mainland, and colder sooner. So the guns, that's another thing. Like, there's so many things.
Sort of a collaborative business meeting.
You'd picture them going up on a Monday or something up the East Coast for a seminar somewhere, but
so they had, in essence, a sort of collaborative business meeting regarding the Port Arthur site, but it was held on a Sunday. So
Well,
it's a
yeah.
formal meeting held on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Have fun
yeah.
tonight,
And then
Dee.
offside
Welcome.
and out
It
of
was
Hobart
Hope.
offices and up the East Coast. Unusual. But that would mean that Sue was the most senior Port Arthur Historic Site employee that day there. And her daughter lost her life in the cafe as well, adjacent to
Wow.
Elizabeth.
So,
So I had dealings with Sue that day, and
so did you hear that? So Sue, because of all of the am I muted? No. Because of all of the management people, the upper management, being away at that team building or whatever it was, a conference, whatever it was, first of its kind. They left at 11 that morning. Sue happened to be the most senior staff member that day, and Sue's daughter, like, it's a small community, yeah, they all work there, everybody worked there, and family married to brother and sister. Sue's daughter was killed, and she had to come and be the most senior person on the day again. This is what governments do. They don't give a fuck. They don't care about the citizens. They don't care. They have no empathy. This is a means to an end. Disarm the population. So legislation was brought in very swiftly after this. Had to already be in the works. You don't write up new bills and legislation in a few short weeks or months. Those things take time to change the laws. So gun control, a mass gun buyback that didn't actually change anything in terms of gun ownership in Australia. There's many more guns now, despite these things. But also to disarm the population, that event, fear, control, compliance thing. It's really obvious. So yeah, Wadir says at the time the internet wasn't at what it is today, like not at all. 1996, I think we had blue screen computers at that point. I think there was maybe email for some, almost pre-internet, certainly pre-mobile phones. People had car phones, but not mobile devices. Thank you, Loop. I'm going to call you Loops. You've got a few Aussies in here, but mostly all Americans, actually, Loops. We are international here at Camp Shorty. It was fed by the media, yes. And we will come to that probably next weekend. I'll see if I can wrap this series up next weekend. So we'll end up with 8 episodes because I have other things to talk about. But we'll cover the media's complicity in all of this next weekend.
And Ashley and Wendy, and unusual. But that would mean that Sue was the most senior Port Arthur Historic Site employee that day there. And her daughter lost her life in the cafe as well, adjacent to Elizabeth. So I had dealings with Sue that day, and Ashley and Wendy. Later in the afternoon, word naturally filtered around the peninsula like you would not believe. And there was no such things as social media and no mobile telephone reception down there. But it's amazing how quick word of mouth could get around down there. And Nicole's father, Sue's husband, came onto the site, and Sue asked me could I help take John, because John knew but hadn't seen. And I remember seeing John in the building, and I said, do you want me to take you there? I will physically take you there. And he wanted to see his daughter. There was a fairly heavy steel hearth in front of a non-working fireplace, and when John saw his daughter, he just turned and kicked that like you'd never seen a kick in your life before. I can't imagine what it would be like to lose your daughter at 17 years of age. But then again, losing your wife 3 years and 17 days into your marriage isn't what you plan either, but it happened.
Did you go to her, to Elizabeth?
I did. And what makes this come through your mind, I don't know, but I wanted to touch her, but I didn't very much. It may have been just the slightest of touches, but for some stupid reason it comes in your head about fingerprints and crime scenes and don't do anything. Just don't do anything. If they're dead, they're dead. Don't do anything. If they're alive, it's open slather. Do what you got to do. But I don't remember 23 years later exactly what I did, but I knew that there was nothing I could do.
Yes, Rita. To be continued. Yes, in loving memory of Elizabeth Jane Howard. Yes, this is the WASP Files, Rita. We've been going through and watching quite a lot of Paul Motor's content, with credit always. His channel is in the description box down below. This is part 5 that we've been doing. So all of the parts 1 through to 4 are linked in the description box as well. Yes, same. I am going to reach out to Paul Motor though and see whether I'm sure he will, fingers crossed, see whether he'd love to come on and have a chat with us. Well, I guess it would make most sense when we've completed our journey of consuming and learning, consuming all of the stuff we're going to watch from Paul's channel, and we've got our heads around the whole thing because it's very broad, right? We'll tie the whole thing in a relative bow by chatting to Paul. Now, because there's still, I mean, I don't know. I hope you all aren't sick of this. I'm not. I was hungry for it. There's a few more. We might have to do parts 9 and 10, I think, because there's a delightful, a very long form interview with a retired police detective that's just so delightful. He's very crotchety. It's amazing. I'd love to show you that. There's a bunch of things. So anyway, let's go on to part 2. Let me see first. Actually, you know what? Loops. I don't like to self-promote too much in there. You know what? Actually, in the truth telling spaces, not as in truth teller the account, but in the truthers spaces, although we're covering a very important topic here and we're going to do more of these, I'm going to cover more false flags around the world in this same sort of fashion. But a lot of my content previously, honestly, I didn't feel like it was quite up to not the delivery of the content, but we're mostly a true crime, trial watching and psychology channel here for the last almost 2 years. So I don't know, like, I think I was getting imposter syndrome. Joanne's been mentioning she calls it a podcast. She's so sweet. My channel, and it's amazing. Like, Junior's here, you're here. We've had my friend Sue in here. We've had Sarah from Ireland. A bunch of people. I love the fact that people are learning about it. Now, about the channel, about what we do here at Camp Shorty, and Loops, I know you said thank you so much for the warm welcome. That's our signature thing at Camp Shorty. Very, very, very welcoming, very warm. I'm very proud of our beautiful community. Hey, now, so I haven't thought about this yet, but shall we do a quick song break? Because it's 2 hours in, and we usually do a bit of a palate cleanse before we go into the next the second part of this interview. I'm just scrolling through to see which one we might want to do. I haven't thought about this yet, which is not my finest hour. Oh, you know what? It doesn't even really require any thinking. We'll be back in just a minute. It's like 2.5 minutes long. Wait, oops, wrong thing. 2.5, maybe 3 minutes long. Let me swip out this. This is a Miss Shorty music song. It's a crowd favorite. Always probably the most requested. So grab a drink, go to the bathroom, or just dance along.
Good people shine the brightest in the darkest times. And wishes are like beauty, they are vain, vain things. Expect nothing at all, girl, but never lose hope. Walk a fine, fine line, give me just enough rope. Shine, shine, it's gonna be fine. Time is all mine. Fine lines, hard times make you who you are. Quitting ain't no option, girl, already come this far. Time is but a shadow in the construct of your mind. A lie unchecked becomes the truth, you know, time after time. Ephemeral and fleeting, fortunes always meet and run in circles. Water level things, gonna be just fine. Shine, shine, it's gonna be fine. Time is all mine. Fine lines, hard times make you who you are. But it ain't no option, girl, already come this far. Ooh, time is but a shadow in the construct of your mind. A lie unchecked becomes the truth, you know, time after time. Ephemeral and fleeting, fortunes always meeting, run in circles, water level things, gonna be just fine. Shine, shine, it's gonna be fine. Time is all mine. Fine lines, hard times make you who you are. Quitting ain't no option, girl, already come this far. Whoa, now slow down, what you gonna do? Lamplight and lifelines, the lighting circles you. Opportunity, community, living, breathing entity, creation, foundation, building your eternity. Shine, shine, it's gonna be fine. Time is all mine. Fine lines, hard times make you who you are. But it ain't no option, girl, already come this far. Shine, time, fine, mine. Walk that line until the end of time. 'Cause good people shine brightest in the darkest times.
Always a winner, that one, isn't it? All right, we are back. I don't think Junior will have had his whole cigar just yet, but anyway. Now, where were we? We were up to this one. Thank you all for being here. I love you all very much. I appreciate you all very much. Rita, thank you for becoming a member. You look gorgeous in green, my friend. Now, here we are. So take part 2 is just Stephen Howard, survivor of the Port Arthur Massacre, has just spoken about the trauma of we're midway through him talking about walking into that Broad Arrow Cafe and into that slaughter scene, and happening upon knowing full well that his wife of 3 years and 17 days was dead. So many people, just a massacre, and the horror of it all. So we've got no sound. We'll do sound.
I couldn't get my head around it. I just didn't understand how there could not be an inquiry. I was involved. I wanted it.
Oh, this is the intro. Wait, what happened?
And we know why we didn't get it.
This is
what happened there that day. People will say to you, well, do you want the truth or the official version? I can give you the truth, but it differs from the official version. And that's very, very, very concerning when 35 people lost their lives. The truth is different to the official version. That's a concern. A concern that is still with me 23 years later.
just going to pause and say, Hope, thank you so much for gifting. And wait, this, thank you. You're such a good girl. Good girl. What am I saying? You're such a good friend. And you're in the draw again. And Junior got it. Junior, you're going to look good in green too, sir. Amazing. Yes, so that per all of Paul Motor's videos, he does a little. It gets me every time. I'm like, why? This doesn't feel like it's the start of something. And then he, excuse me, it goes. Oh my god, it goes to the intro, and then we start at the start. So I hyped it up. Yes, but so that, and hope you're in the draw. And Junior, you look good in green.
Welcome to the WASP Files. Some of this material may be distressing, and viewer discretion is advised.
In the immediate days after, do you have much recollection of where you were, who you were with?
The night of what is known as the Port Arthur Massacre, the Sunday the 28th, that night, I wasn't, people didn't want me at home on my own that night. So another of my work colleagues, Maria Kingston, who was one of the managers that was up the East Coast that particular day, she took me back to her place. Now, in hindsight, it probably wasn't the best house to be in that particular night, and I'll explain why. But my own place that night, well, I don't know that it wouldn't have been any worse. Remembering that Ian Kingston was the security officer down there, and Ian was also very heavily involved with Volunteer Fire Brigade and also the local SCS. He was in charge of that. So if there was going to be a liaison place or a phone number to contact or a person to contact, it was going to be Ian at his house. Not that he spent much time there that night. To my recollection, I would hear later that most of his time was still down on site and at various other areas around the site as well. SES was naturally in full swing, Fire Brigade in full swing. So he coordinating all of that. So there was a lot of movement and noise in the house. I couldn't sleep naturally. So I had the TV going, and let's just say it was like the Today program that we see, Channel 9 and Channel 7 Sunrise. It was like that, just 24 hours. That's all it was. They had those television stations had people on the ground. They were at Turana. They was sanctioned off there. They couldn't get any further at the time. And so it was all over the TV, and it was just everywhere. That was that night. I wanted to get out of it. I phoned a friend of mine that lived at Turana, almost on top of where the media were stationed off, and he came and got me. We got 2 litres of milk from the Turana bakery and got back to my place. And it was a deathly silent house, but it was when I was there on my own anyway. But for some reason, it was just that emptier. You could feel it was empty.
So he dropped you off, and
He dropped me, stayed with me there, and my family were trying to get in to Tasmania as quick as possible.
So, excuse me. The next stuff he talks about is really heartening, actually, really heartwarming. I didn't know this, but Qantas flew all, relatives and loved ones for free to Port Arthur to Tassie from the mainland. I love that. One big corp doing something kind and benevolent for these poor families.
Majority would have heard that evening. So it's like, all roads lead to the MCG on grand final day. Well, all roads, all planes, all everything lead to Hobart, to the Tasman Peninsula. So families trying to get in, I think there was almost the code word that they could use. This is tongue in cheek about immediate family, and you kind of sort of got to sit at the pointy end of the plane, and you were looked after by. You couldn't comprehend what Qantas did for family and friends at that particular time. They just opened up their company and their planes, and you didn't get charged, and you just didn't get anything. You got, what's the word, ushered into Qantas lounges, and it was just what Qantas did. You just more than what the government did for it, put it that way. And whether Qantas is owned by the government, well, maybe they should take a few lessons. But for many, many, many months and years, Qantas was there, always there. I'd leave Tasmania to go home. We'd go to Melbourne. The later on, after when we went over to Nanette and the two little girls' funerals, everything was just done. So my family were there immediately after. Parents arrived the next day. More rest of the family would come in preceding days, and mates from school. I think there was 9 asleep on the lounge room floor the night of the funeral. So that just tells you what my house was like. There was a lot of organising was going to happen. I opted, along with a small discussion from one of the general practitioners, Pam Ireland. She said to me that, you've seen enough down there. I'll understand if you want to come and identify the body, or I will formally identify on your behalf. And I said, I don't want to see. I've seen Elizabeth dead. I don't want to see her again dead. I know I've got that vision in my mind. I'm going to have it forever. I'll go with that. And she was formally identified by one of the general practitioners on the peninsula, and that was something else that didn't have to be done. I wasn't exposed to. There would be then the organising of a funeral, and I've never done it before. When you bury your mother or your father or your grandmother, it kind of sort of the pecking order, from the eldest child and or the immediate spouse, the immediate siblings, do the organising. But this was going to be a bit different. And I thought to myself, I'm not going to sit back in the corner and have it organised around me. I'll let it roll, and we'll just see. Because by God, there was a lot of bloody chiefs in that room that day. There were chiefs everywhere. And my interpretation of what would happen that day, it would be me and Sue and John Burgess. It was yes, I would incorporate Elizabeth's parents, but it's, basically, I know it's your daughter, but I think the spouse outranks. Pretty ordinary terminology, but that's what I was expecting would happen. Anything and everything that Don and Nancy wanted that day of the funeral was going to happen, until songs were being picked, and then I just saw red.
I'm just going to say I identify very strongly with this part of Stephen's story. Having had to organise a funeral for my own husband, right down to the music, the church music, I let Robert's family select. I organised the whole thing. Robert's mother was just a mess, understandable. So was I, but whatever. But I also put my foot down for the music that we would play at the burial, at the gravesite. And here's a little interesting tidbit for you. If you're ever curious about or skeptical about the afterlife and ghosts or spirits or whatever you want to call them, it was back in the day of, wow, I think I had over-ear headphones and a Walkman, a Discman. I don't know, man. It was a long time ago, year 2003. So I was choosing music for Robert's burial. The church music was all the church music, but I chose his music, which was Southern California punk music. And I had my earphones on. I was sitting where I always sat, in our living room, where we always sat, listening and choosing the music, just feeling the music. And I opened my eyes and looked, and to my left, there was my beautiful husband rocking out to the music I was choosing. He was absolutely there, in agreement of my selections. So that.
You've got to have songs for people. You don't have to have songs for people to sing at a funeral. If that's the only reason they are coming to a funeral to sing songs, well, excuse me, wrong. We've got 2 young girls who didn't attend church. So the traditional Catholic, Presbyterian, whatever, it's just going to be a different sort of scenario. The prayers and speeches were chosen. The people to do the to speak about the girls were both chosen and did it just a sterling job. You couldn't imagine getting up and talking at a funeral about 2 young girls, and this particular one of the guys that did it, he would later speak at another funeral, and word had filtered back to me that he made the comment that he was a school teacher and a principal, and this is one of the hardest parts of teaching, when you get asked to do this on a number of occasions. But the songs that we would pick, it was going to be basically I would have one, Sue and John would pick one, and then there was going to be a third, which I knew what was going to be, and I was going to make sure it was that, and there was going to be no ifs about it. And one of Elizabeth's favourite songs was Cat Stevens' Where Did the Children Play? Because Elizabeth really loved children, and it was all about the children. Children first, children second, and third, and I'll sort myself out later. So that song was just really appropriate for the funeral. And John and Sue had chosen one of Nicole's favourite songs, and it was Kiss from a Rose from Seal. There was somewhere in the vicinity of 1,200 people turned up to the funeral for these 2 girls. So you're looking at, I'd say there would have been the whole peninsula. Anyone that could physically get themselves or be gotten there were there. Who provided the minibuses, I don't know, but the parking, they were that far away that they were literally running a minibus to the back of the last car to ferry people probably towards a kilometre, maybe not a kilometre, but that's just what it was like. And the funeral came and went very, very quickly. It was quite a beautiful show. His offers got rearranged, and he was pretty lucky he didn't get rearranged as well. So there was going to be problems when you're getting sent to specialists by government departments in the aftermath of what had happened, and somebody asks you on a professional level, your marital status. So who knew what was going on? Like, okay, it's bigger than Ben-Hur. We don't know what to do. But shit, if you're a doctor and you got to see a patient, okay, Stephen, how am I doing? Oh, fuck, we're going to report from Port. Oh, shit, he lost his wife. Fuck. Yeah, right. But we don't even have time to read that. There's going to be some issues here, isn't there? And then I can go and see Dr. Say, now, doctor, I'm here privately today, not RBF, so just, I don't know what folder you got to write in, and I'm not sure about that, but yeah. And then you can drive yourself back to the peninsula and go, well, this is good, isn't it?
How did you find Dr. Sale? How did you find his?
Oh, look, at
treatment?
first I thought, well, there was no treatment. It was shit. If you could have made a lot of money if you had today as what's known as the date rate, Rohypnol, because you go in, can't sleep, Rohypnol, 3 repeats. You go up for can't sleep, another script, Rohypnol, 3 repeats, 2 repeats, and antidepressants. I think Arapax was there was every one on the market at that stage. It was a cocktail of antidepressants and Rohypnol. So other medication there, and then throw
Wow.
alcohol into the mix as well. So it was a treatment.
So the poor man didn't really get any psychological care, it seems, but Big Farm, or the GPs who are incentivized by Big Pharma, were happy to throw him all of the drugs to dull the pain.
It was there wasn't really any treatment. It was more of a procedure than treatment.
Go away, we don't want to know about it.
Antidepressants, sleeping tablets, and 45 minutes with a doctor to work you through what happened that day.
When did you become aware that the judicial side of what took place there didn't seem too interested in what you were going through? Or
Oh, look, we were all interviewed by the police in the very, very quickly the preceding days after the massacre, and statements were taken. I was very confident I would never get called to court if and when witnesses were called. There would have been so many people that physically saw him inside the building, saw him outside the building. I was pretty confident I would never get called as a witness. And as it worked out, that happened. That letter came that you won't be required. And I think maybe half a dozen people that I knew may get called. I can't remember. I remember my statement. I remember giving my statement. I remember my statement coming back to me, and there was a lot missing.
Wow.
I found that interesting.
Very.
I thought if you gave a statement to the police that the juicy bits weren't just picked out and the rest left. I thought your statement was your statement.
Whitewashed.
And to this day, I wonder why, however long it was, I really can't remember. Say it was 3 pages handwritten by a detective, comes back in a page and a paragraph. So there was a lot missing, but I didn't think much of it at that stage. Once Martin Bryant pleaded guilty, it didn't matter what we said, because that was it. He pleaded guilty. You don't need to hear it. We know
So
it.
I guess
Damien Bugg had a beautiful
pause. So I guess there again, what does it matter what the statements say, really? Because we'll make sure there's no trial, huh? And John Howard said, the Prime Minister said from the get-go, there'll be no Royal Commission or coronial inquiry. So, goodness me.
constructed novel written up to guilty. It didn't matter what we said, because that was it. He pleaded guilty. You don't need to hear it. We know it. Damien Bugg had a beautifully constructed novel written up for him, and him and Nick Perks read it out over X amount of hours, and that was the end. That was court. And I would later question or wonder when it came to the workers' compensation and the final settlement of all this, that Port Arthur are washing their hands of Stephen Howard, and I the same, and you're in with your lawyer, and he had a barrister with him up against RBF and their lawyers and government, whatever's, and the threat of taking this to court. You try and take this to court, the cost that will come upon you, it'll be a month or more. So hang on. So Martin Bryant's killed 35 people and he's out in 12 hours of court. He's murdered 35, all the other crimes that he was charged with, and he has, I think, 6 hours in court. And my workers' compensation is going to take a month. And if I do go, I'm going to lose. All right. Okay. So
How much did they offer you?
for Stephen Howard to wash his hands of Port Arthur Historic Site, the Tasmanian government, for me to be compensated for the rest of my life at 27, I've been retired on the grounds of ill health, never to work again. I was given $70,000.
Wow.
And what did you say to that when that offer was made?
My lawyer and barrister and I went to another room. They did jack it up, if we want to call it jacked up, to 135, which to me was still a few zeros short if you watch you look at money getting handed out at times in court. 135 was put across the table. It was sent back as 70, and that was it. So for everything that happened to me that day, retired on the grounds of ill health, so I guess I'm on disability pension for the rest of my life. 70,000.
So think about it again. If this is something that was curated and carried out by the Australian government and above, with the state and local all complicit, and then they also rug the poor guy, who you'll come to hear, he's going to get into it soon, I think, has had understandably tremendous mental health issues and struggles with addiction and ideations. It's even more despicable, right? They didn't even pay these, and this was a common. He says it in a moment. I don't think anybody. I think 80,000 or so was the highest of any of the victims. Come on now. And if you recall, Martin Bryant had that inheritance from Helen Harvey. Where did that money go? I mean, it's an ambiguous amount, but up to 29 million. They could have paid, restitution for these victims, although surely the government coffer has the money. And if not, too bad, find the money. But couldn't they have paid these poor people out of Martin Bryant's inheritance? Because where did that go? It's just diabolical.
Government employee at the site.
Yeah, for what happened that day.
Were you aware of that Coroner Ian Madison had attempted to start a coronial inquest, but that never was completed?
I did hear his name thrown around and what he was doing. The minute any of us, when I say us, it's the employees, the people on the ground there that day, the minute anyone said anything about coronial inquiry, it was Royal Commission. It was just smashed out of the park. Not going to happen. Will not happen. And I remember to this day, and I can still see the picture just so clearly, when Judy Tierney was interviewing myself and Wendy up there in Hobart, and Wendy and I just thought it was just with Judy Tierney. We were not expecting to go home, put it on the TV, and Judy Tierney's state show would all of a sudden roll into Kerry O'Brien's Four Corners. So it was a little bit bigger publicity than we had originally expected. And wasn't to know that Kerry O'Brien was going to interview Ray Groom, and I thought this would be interesting. This would be a puppet.
Shelley asked, could his mum have gotten the inheritance? Well, no, she didn't. The money just, from what I understand, from what Paul Motor has covered in the WASP files, just poof, without a trace. Martin Bryant's, that's one of the many oddities. But because and there's no, as far, and like obviously Paul Motor has been researching this for almost a decade now, and as deep dived. The stuff that's on his channel, on his playlist, I'm sure is only a scintilla of oh, Steph. Sorry, my eye brains, my glasses. Sorry, Shelley. I saw I didn't even know. No, okay. Pretend I said Stephanie. Yeah, it's just poof, gone. But he hasn't really talked much about it. It's somewhere in that playlist that I heard him speak to that. But so where did that money go? I know the mother, Charlene. I think her name's Charlene Bryant. Shh, not quite. It's almost right. Anyway, no, I don't think so.
Kerry O'Brien had.
So Kerry O'Brien, Four Corners. Kerry O'Brien's like a journalist, like a Dateline kind of a guy, but a bit less sensationalized back in the day. But so basically what he's saying here is that they did an interview and didn't expect it to go far, and suddenly it was on this nationwide current affairs program on the ABC, the Australian Broadcasting Commission, which was I don't know if it is now, was our kind of serious channel, the most reputable. Lol, not now.
Had him on toast.
Okay, wait, I'll go back
to Kerry O'Brien's with Judy Tierney. When Judy Tierney was interviewing myself and Wendy up there in Hobart, and Wendy and I just thought it was just with Judy Tierney. We were not expecting to go home, put it on the TV, and Judy Tierney's state show would all of a sudden roll into Kerry O'Brien's Four Corners. So it was a little bit bigger publicity than we had originally expected, and wasn't to know that Kerry O'Brien was going to interview Ray Groom, and I thought this would be interesting. This would be a puppet string. Kerry O'Brien had him on toast. Could have hung, drawn, and quartered him. He did not know where to go. And typical government, ABC, it was just stopped. Stephen Howard, you know Stephen Howard, this is Kerry O'Brien. He's asking for the coronial inquiry. It would just be a rake over the coals. I have met Stephen. I know Stephen. Well, that's a lie. He doesn't know me. He was introduced to me in passing, but there was no, I know him. A rake of the coals. So every time I'm at a backyard barbecue or at an open fire, you see the coals getting raked. Well, Ray Groom just said it'd be a rake over of the coals, the people involved.
I think more apt a description would be a sweep under the rug.
Don't want it. I was involved. I wanted it, and we know why we didn't get it.
And this was in relation to the health and safety issues at the site.
The door was the big problem. The door had a faulty lock mechanism. Well, we know that, right? Know that, yeah. But what are you going to do about it? How is there a building that's got a locked door in it? How have we got a building that's got a faulty lock mechanism?
Not just a door, it was the fire exit door. This is a huge problem. So many reasons why this was covered up.
Did the Tasman
like all of this, not just the door, all of it. Ugh.
Tasman Council have to go and do an inspection on that building, like any other building. You build a house, it's got to get inspected. You do some changes on your building up there in town, I bet it's got to be inspected. Why can we have a building gutted from the inside and refurbished and we don't need to inspect it? I can't, to this day, get my head around that. Why we can have a locked door, broken, whatever. Like, who cares what the guns, not the locksmith in town said. I knew it was broken. I knew it did.
Well, I guess why? Because it was all part of the plan. I wonder if there was actually shoplifting from the gift shop in the Broad Arrow Cafe, or whether perhaps that was like like a psyopy thing, a cover up thing, a seed planted prior to, so that it was sort of normalized prior to this event. Because who would ever in their right mind think that what happened? But still, a fire exit door, that's just that complacency. People just kind of like, oh yeah, that door, that's locked. That's why you have like standards in place for buildings, because then suddenly a tragedy like this, but I mean, it wasn't an organic tragedy in my opinion.
Work.
And
Why wasn't it fixed?
you received a letter from the coroner, Ian Madison. What was that letter about?
Any proposed inquiry was just not going to happen. I couldn't get my head around it. I just didn't understand how there could not be an inquiry into what had happened. That regardless of how people lost their lives that day, and you can never understand it, but why was there no inquiry to what had happened? Official inquiry. What happened there that day, people will say to you. So what did happen down there today? Well, do you want the truth or the official version? And if that's the answer that you can give, that's a bit concerning. I can give you the truth, but it differs from the official version.
Simi said, I can read that one. Simi said, so this letter was a buzz-off letter. The one from the coroner wasn't really. The one from the coroner was more of a washing their hands. It was more like this isn't me. Like, there'll be no inquiry, because we read this letter, I think, in the very first episode. But basically, the letter stated, there'll be no inquiry because I can't present my findings because they won't be in alignment with what whoever he is, the official person who's made the ruling, Attorney General. I don't remember that bit details. So I can't, in good faith. The coroner said I can't, in good faith, participate in an inquiry because I'm not going to come to the same findings as what the official story is. So it was more like a fuck you to the government, like putting it in writing. Not my circus, not my monkeys.
And that's very, very, very concerning when 35 people lost their lives, 20 in one building. That the truth is different to the official version. That's a concern. A concern that is still with me 23 years later. And don't get me wrong, I've used firearms. I don't have any issue with people that use firearms, whether it being the policeman or the property owner. I've said this from the very beginning, possibly even before Port Arthur. I can't see any reason why we need fully or semi-automatic rifles in this society. The farmers need. What do you need a semi-automatic rifle for on a farm? Don't explain to me. Great, I'll be happy to sit and listen. But do we need semi-automatic rifles in society? I don't believe so. The recreational shooter, if you want to have a cannon, great. If you want to have a 22, your choice. Don't think we need the semi-automatic rifles. And I still say that to this day. Did I fire a gun after Port Arthur? Yes, I did. Did I buy any more firearms? Or yes, I did. I no longer have any more now. They all went. They all went. 3 rifles, all bolt actions. No, 2 bolt action, 1 lever, and a under and over shotgun. They're long gone, and can't ever see myself using one again. But people that do, I don't have problems with. For whether it's target shooting, vermin control, or or it's vermin control shooting kangaroos in the paddock. Well, I believe that's actually illegal now. You to have permits or something, or the cull, there's numbers and etc. etc. But I'm not involved in that. I don't know, and that's up to the individual. But since the 28th of April 1996, no one's ever been able to explain why a semi-automatic rifle is required or needed in society.
In the years that followed, can you talk a little briefly about what you went through, your feelings, how you tried to cope with life or dealt with life? And
There was a very simple way of when everyone went home. When I say everyone went home, your family went home, your friends went home, and people were getting on with it better than others. Prescribed medication and alcohol would become a big issue with me. Any amount of prescription medication you wanted, you didn't ask for. Well, you did ask. You didn't have to give rhyme or reason. You were just given it. As I said earlier with Rohypnol. Throw all that together with alcohol. It's not a pretty picture. I think the worst occasion was one evening that it was just a casual dinner with a friend and at the club, and I had a bit of wine that particular night after beers, and then had a lot more wine and was home and had a lot more to drink, and I don't know whether I made a phone call or what. I just don't know, but I woke up in Royal Hobart Hospital 4 days later. I'd lost 4 days. I wasn't unconscious the whole time or in a coma. I was just obviously that out to it that I don't remember. And this would continue pretty much on a nightly basis for around 2 years when I finally left the Tasman Peninsula. Left Tasmania. There was more. I owned more then than what I did when I arrived in the white Commodore station wagon. The truck had to actually take everything away for me, which was a bit better, I'm guessing, and relocated to Ballarat for a few years before moving to Wagga, where I am now. And there was a number of times that I went into rehab, some more successful than others. And on one occasion was to literally get off alcohol, and I did it. And it was a pretty big accomplishment. I accomplished a lot to do that, from an everyday drinker to nothing. And I continued work when I got myself back to work, and came home one day. I just had a shit day at work, and there was beer in the fridge. My partner at that stage was drinking, and I just opened a long neck and drank it, and then the other 2 next to it followed the same route very quickly, and I was back drinking again. It would turn into anywhere between 10 and 15 cans of beer a night, every night. And that's how I survived life, and in and out of relationships. A second marriage that broke down, until I knew again I had to do it. And there was a tablet out there that I was told would work, and there was no side effects button. I thought, okay. So I did it for some time, this particular tablet, and I really wanted a beer this night, and I had one, and I thought, I'm fine. Had another one, yeah, fine. Before I knew it, half the carton was gone, and I was pissed, but I was fine. So I thought, this tablet's not really much good. And I continued drinking again and again and again until I really knew I had to do something about it. And there was another tablet and I'm still on it to this day. And it's scary. I've been told it's scary if you try and mix alcohol with this tablet. And somewhere around 400 days since a drink, and about another 14 days on top of that since a cigarette. So it's been a big turning circle into a new relationship that's going along really well.
Simi, I don't think they addicted him. I think that's the only way is to continue taking that medication, that he doesn't go back to drinking again. So I think it's him, excuse me, choosing to continue taking this medication, which if you do fall off the wagon, has very dire consequences, like ugly. I think it makes you very unwell. So I don't know if I think this is him being proactive with his alcoholism.
I've always stayed employed. How at times I don't know, but I've always stayed employed through all of this, and life's very good. It's always going to have memories, and you'll never get rid of them. You'll never ever. And people have asked me, "Can you?" Yep, easy. I could see Kate Scott like it was yesterday afternoon, like it was the other sunny Sunday afternoon. First person as I walked past or walked near when I walked into the Broad Arrow Cafe. And Mick Sargent, her partner there, just like it was yesterday. And a lot of what happened in the 23 years after that, I don't remember. Probably a good thing too. But I'm alive, I'm well. I'm now 50 and in a better place than where I was years ago.
I guess I'm just going to pretty much finish up. I wanted to ask you, is there anything that you just want to say about anything at all in relation to anything that's happened or your life now? Or
I think continuing 23 years later, continuing and harping on coronial inquiries and royal commissions, and it's not going to happen. We all know it's not going to happen. Will the truth come out about what had happened that day? Well, we really hope so, but I struggle to think that if and when it does, that the people behind it involved will be brought to task or brought to answer any questions. That's if some of these people are still even alive today. The likes of how much did Ray Groom know? How much did Damien Bugg know? How much did Ian Sale know? I don't know. And it's gotten to the stage that I don't care what they know. What's happened's happened. Will the truth get out? Well, let's hope so. And the job that you're doing may go some part of that way to get something out. But so many years have passed now to bringing Ray Groom to justice, as far as I'm concerned, as the Minister for the Attorney General and Minister for Tourism and Minister for Port Arthur and Minister for everything to do with any of this. Will he ever be brought to answer questions? No. And he's got to live with it. He probably does. Probably lives with it quite comfortably. Maybe not. But I don't think me getting my day in court with Ray is ever going to happen.
No.
plans ahead?
To be happy and stay safe. And that's enough at the moment.
Thank you.
End of story.
During my investigations into Port Arthur over the 8 long years, I'm very grateful to all those people that have come forward, whether anonymously or not, and provided valuable insights and information into their experiences, either indirectly or directly, with the tragedy that day. This is a general call out. I would like anyone out there that has first-hand testimony and evidence, preferably something they can back up, to come forward and with utmost discretion and guarantee of anonymity provide any information or blow the whistle on anything that they may have observed regarding Port Arthur. Your testimony is vital to the search for truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Hey, that just made me think of something. I found the letter, so we can refresh our memory about the letter that from the coroner, Ian R. Mattison, sent to the victims, washing his hands of the whole thing. And then why don't we, because we've still got time, why don't we also watch... I told you about the interview, 2 phone interviews with a prison guard, a corrections officer, who was all gung ho to do an in-person interview with Paul, and then disappeared. Here we go. Now share this tab instead. He just ghosted, so we think he got... Let me just make sure you can see that. Yeah, okay. So here's the letter. Office of the Coroner, 31st of January, 1997. So what's that, 9-10 months later? God, my eye brains again, Pierre. As a result of outcomes of the changes... As a result of the outcome of the charges preferred against Martin Bryant in the Supreme Court of Tasmania, I write to advise you I do not intend to resume the inquest that I opened on the 29th of April 1996. I believe it is not in the interests of family, friends, or witnesses to again traverse the factual situation in a public hearing, underlined, particularly when any finding I make must not be inconsistent with the decision of the Supreme Court, i.e. the finding, the Martin Bryant being pleading guilty and being sentenced to 35 consecutive life sentences. I have today written to the Attorney General advising of my decision. May I take this opportunity on behalf of the staff of my office to extend our condolences for your sad loss. Yours sincerely, Ian R. Mattison, Chief Coroner's Delegate, Southern Tasmania. So he was silenced. That's weird. Yeah, very odd, isn't it? Now, let me it'll take me a hot minute. No, I've got this. I'm good at this. I can do this. You all, where's my playlist? Oh, that's not my playlist. I can probably find it here. No, wait. I'm going to go. Pause. Walk and talk chat. Here, let me just do this so it's not that, this and that. Yeah. Well, his opinion was that Martin Bryant didn't do it, and the Supreme Court said Martin Bryant did do it. So Houston, we have a problem. Yes, Poppy. Hello, Pops. Just talk amongst yourselves, y'all, while I see whether I can find this thing of the thing. Poppy snortling over there. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Let me see. It's a phone interview. And Poppy, don't lick me. I'm trying to concentrate and be professional at the same time. This is like walking and chewing gum at the same time. Tricky. Is it this? Let me check. Yep, this is it. Oh, okay. It's a bit longer than I thought, but that's all right. It's very, very valuable, and I think it's because it segues in nicely with Paul's call to anybody who might want to come forward. So this is someone who came forward. Okay. So I might just scoot through that first little bit as the intro. We've seen that intro a couple of times.
That the Port Arthur Massacre, which was one of the worst massacres committed in our nation's history by a lone gunman, didn't, however, warrant a coronial inquest, a Royal Commission of Public Inquiry, or an open trial. In essence, the only thing that placed Martin Bryant in prison for consecutive life terms was an alleged confession and subsequent guilty plea.
Wild.
Following the massacre,
Outrageous.
Martin Bryant was incarcerated at the Risdon Prison Complex, mainly in solitary confinement, for approximately 5 months. During that time, Martin held staunchly a not guilty plea. until 5 months later he changed the plea to guilty. As a result, there was no need for an open trial where witnesses would be brought forward to give first-hand testimony, where evidence, hard evidence, DNA, ballistics, fingerprints could be tendered, proving 100% the culpability and guilt of the shooter himself, and that where Martin Bryant himself could be cross-examined in a court of law. However, what if I told you that Martin Bryant's confession was extracted under a directed, protracted and sustained campaign of physical and psychological torture? And I don't mean mistreatment, I mean torture. Over the 9 years of exhaustive research into the Port Arthur massacre, I have spoken to many people directly and indirectly involved with
Pause, sidebar. We can tell that this is that interview with Stephen Howard that we just watched was sometime before this, which is when Paul Moda, has been creating content. So in the last 11 months, his channel's been up and running, I think, because his hair's a lot whiter in this than it was in that interview. So there you go.
Port Arthur, including
Detective.
the police, survivors, victims, families, people who knew Martin Bryant, people who grew up with him, and people who also went to prison with Martin Bryant and guarded him in prison. What has recently come to light from first-hand credible testimony from ex-guards who worked at the...
Pause, sidebar. I mean, peer and peer, both of those false flag events, not the official narrative. So it makes sense that those... the Warren Commission and the 9/11 Commission were both shams because cover up.
Prison complex was the allegations that Martin Bryant's confession was directed to be extracted under torture, and that this took place over the many months that he was interned at the Risdon Prison complex. Tonight's episode will be featuring the testimony of one of these guards who has come forward bravely and provided confirmation of these allegations. This person initially was quite willing to provide their identity and to provide names and dates in association with the allegations that have been made. I ask that all keep an open mind in relation to this episode. Guilty or innocent, every Australian citizen is afforded protection under the United Nations 1948 Charter, under basic human rights, specifically in this case the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman and Degrading Treatment and Punishment. As a result of these allegations, I have followed up with the Australian Human Rights Commission and also with the Tasmanian Correctional Health Services Department, of which I have so far received no response, in relation to Martin Bryant's treatment, his overall health and these allegations of serious and sustained torture. This episode tonight will take place in 2 parts, with 2 interviews that were willingly provided by the whistleblower, who is afforded every protection under the Whistleblower Act. I have, however, for his protection, maintained his anonymity and concealed his identity. The date today is Wednesday, the 7th of May, 3:28 p.m. I'm going to call an ex-guard at Risdon Prison who has some insights into Martin Bryant. His number is 041. Calling him now.
Hello.
Hi, it's Paul Moda.
How you going, mate?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, thanks for reaching out. It's good to finally chat.
Yeah, it's a bit of an oddball one. Like I say, when I left school, I became an infantry soldier at 17, and I served in the... I know how things work. I'm not saying I'm a conspiracy theorist, but fucking a lot of things don't seem to happen just by coincidence either, so I'm just wary about what I say.
Yeah, look, I understand that. I've had a lot of people reach out to me, and I'm very, very careful to protect their anonymity. It's important, you know, it's a safety thing as well.
Yeah. Well, so as I say, I grew up here in Tasmania. So, yeah, I joined the army at a very early age. I served over in East Timor. Basically was just an infantry paratrooper. I left in Then came home, became a mechanic for a bit, and then started working over at the jail as a correctional officer. During that time, because of, they obviously liked anyone with any military background because it kind of suited to what they were trying to do at the time. The jail was pretty heavily run by gangs that they had over there, and they needed to kind of get the upper hand and take the jail back, which is what we were part of the task force in doing originally. I was only ever in the high max and behavioural management units, being your Huon, Tamar, Franklin, those kind of units, and the Mersey unit, which was, it was either to be a needs assessment unit. So if an inmate came in, they got the inkling that they had mental health issues or were unstable to some degree or suicidal, in fact, that's where they'd be put. And they'd be housed between there and what was called CSU, which was a critical support unit where you're basically on suicide watch. So when I started at Risdon Prison, Martin Bryant, and for quite some time prior to that, wasn't housed at Risdon Prison at all. He was housed at the Wilfred Lopez Centre on top of the hill. He'd been there for, to my knowledge, at least 5 to 6 years prior to me coming along, which would have been 2011 I started over there. So he was brought down to us in the Mersey unit following what we were under the belief of. He had a, how did they word it? It came across as he was developing a relationship with a female nurse up there that was inappropriate. So he was moved back to the Risdon Prison complex. So there he was housed in the Mersey unit as a full-time resident in that unit. Having grown up in Tasmania and, you know, being around firearms.
Pause. I'm just going to say that little snippet didn't, again, listening at work, didn't catch my attention the first time I heard this. I wonder whether Martin Bryant being held in general population was problematic at that time because perhaps Martin Bryant was starting to feel more comfortable to talk to inmates. So if he's housed in the psych ward, which is what Mersey unit is, basically, he's separated from the general population, so less people to perhaps get comfortable with and spill the beans to things. And also it makes it seem like he's crazy, and even if he did talk, don't talk. Don't believe him, right? Standard shit.
And seeing everything that unfolded, I was naturally interested in what had occurred. So I started asking some questions. There was a very old culture amongst a lot of the older correctional officers that worked in the Risdon Prison complex. It was a hard one to be amongst. They had the kind of, an inmate, you wouldn't speak to you unless you spoke to them. They were basically scum and you treated them as scum, which I didn't believe. But they'd already been judged. I was only there to make sure that everything kind of occurred as it should. So
I have heard some distressing things about some of the guards at Risdon. Obviously, most of them were probably fine, but I did hear reports that these are from some ex-guards who'd left the prison complex, that Martin was mistreated, that at times...
tortured.
Yeah, he was. They said he was wheeled into the shower, into the hot shower, handcuffed to his wheelchair, and you could hear the screams through the cell block.
Yep. So, where you were talking about Martin's initial housing in the Risdon prison in the old complex up the top,
yeah,
which is now like a training area. So, out the back of that, you have about, I think it's 6 cells, and that predominantly back in the day was used as the health centre as such. They did build a independent cell at the very back of that unit for Martin himself, but I don't know that it was ever used for that purpose. I believe that in the end it just went over to the dog handlers and they did the dog handling bit out the back of it. But from what I was told, initially when Martin was housed, they kind of worked on building a group to deal with him. And predominantly that was ex-service personnel that were correctional officers at the time. And one of the big ones being, and this is a very dodgy name for me to even say, but this is the name I'll give you. I'd probably prefer you don't say it off in relation to me off any kind of point of view, but was the big name that comes to my head. So what they did is there was agreement between them and the Tas police that they would basically work a confession out of him. He was an ex-naval PTI, so they would get him up and while he was in bandages, they'd make him move, they'd put him in arm bars, they'd flex him up, and they'd put him under extreme amount of pain until the point that his opinion changed. The other correction officers that were there, they would get laser pointers and go past his cell of a night with laser pointers pointed into his cell, scared the shit out of him. To this day, he will not go outside. So I've been into his cell. He has no personal items. He's got nothing. If we'd asked the rest of the inmates if they want to go on the oval for recreation, he will not go. He will not leave his cell block at all, really. Like, even if he's got a health appointment, it's usually done after hours and he's taken up independently of that. The other inmates don't tend to give that much of a shit about him anymore.
So really keeping him segregated, minimising any contact, any potential for interaction with others, right?
No one did nothing, and never was. That was kind of just hyped up by the media that, they were going to kill him and so forth. I don't think that was maybe, first off in the initial thing, maybe, but not so much as later transpired. They did develop a crack team as such to try and change his opinion, and the blokes that were still there when I were there before I left, they held themselves in high opinion for doing that.
That's quite disturbing. Obviously, even given the heinousness of the crime and his perceived guilt, torturing people in prison is thought Australia's beyond that. But I heard some pretty horrible things, and that's.
They used to have a sorry pole. They'd chain people to a sorry pole, bash the shit out of them of a night, and leave them there. At one stage, a lot of things changed when the new prison was built, but a lot of the culture of the old guards especially, it remained behind, and that was especially one of the leading factors as why the jail was so volatile, is that a lot of the long-term inmates had come from that culture prior, and that's why they were hostile.
Yeah, look, I guess Tassie's a bit of a rough place.
I'm just going to pause and remind you of what we heard. Which episode was it? When the last week, the last episode 4, when we listened to that interview with the inmate, Lee, his name was, who said that he asked Martin back in 1999, what would Martin like or hope to be doing if he wasn't inside, if he was living his normal life. And Martin's reply was he'd like to be on the Spirit of Tasmania, which is the big old ferry. I might even pull that up and show you, that goes between Tasmania and the mainland, just talking to people. So this is a young man, now old man, 55, well, not old, 55, not a young man anymore, who just wanted to talk to people. So imagine them having him be so abandoned, so segregated, so shunned, so silenced, but not just a regular person with a regular mental capacity, but a child treated like this mentally.
Go further, it's a dangerous place. And I know that some of the inmates in there, the whole place is a bit of a law unto itself, and it doesn't surprise me that it would be very heavy-handed down there in all regards. But what really concerns me is the nature of Martin's incarceration for 5 months, where he held a not guilty plea, and then after that plea changed to guilty. And hearing some of the stories suggest that if that confession was coerced, particularly violently, then, that certainly cast a lot of doubts on the veracity of his guilt.
Well, yeah. Look, to my knowledge, he was always going to plead not guilty, and it was just by them actually working him consistently. Like I say, it's like they nearly, between the Tas police and the jail, it's almost like they handpicked a series of group of people, the individuals that would deal with him, and that's what I was told had occurred. I left the jail, 2018, so there'd been a hostage situation where another bloke had been taken hostage, and I ended up taking his place and was held at knife point for a couple of hours till they arranged my kind of release.
Wow.
I was awarded the Australian Bravery Medal for that. I'm hoping that by saying that you might go, okay, so this bloke's not full of shit.
That's very honourable of you. I mean, you obviously have a good heart as a guard, and an act like that is putting yourself in danger, so that's very brave.
Yeah, well, it was just a bad day at work, but it's not something I wanted to accept. It took a lot of coercion to do it, but that's what I say. I suffer with a bit of PTSD and so forth these days, and interestingly, I was a machine gunner in the military. I was a stocky little fella, so I always got stuck with a Minimi or a Mag 58. Interestingly, about that explosion that you were saying about in the breach, the only time I've ever seen something like that occur is basically if the weapon's...
So I'm just reminding you, remember the gun that they had, one of them had... remember the inmate said that the gun that he saw the images of in the media that allegedly Martin Bryant had used to carry out the massacre, was slightly bent and had an explosion internally. So now this ex-guard is talking about that same weapon.
About that explosion that you were saying about in the breach, the only time I've ever seen something like that occur is basically if the weapon's hot and you're basically cooking something that the round cooks off in the chamber with the breech undone. Like you're trying to eject the round, and the heat in that barrel actually causes that round to explode. It's a bit of an odd one. I've never seen one go to that degree. Like if we had that in a say a Mag 58 in the military, you try to eject the round. If it doesn't eject, you then say cook off, wait out, and then you wait a minute before you try and eject it again, so that it doesn't do that very thing. So that's an odd one. So yeah, I did speak to Martin a fair bit. I tried to build a bit of a rapport with him while I was in there. And I've heard other people say, I don't know, sorry, I've got a cold at the moment too, but...
That's right, yeah.
I have heard other people, whether it's on through your station, that say that it is very hard to maintain a conversation with, and I'd say that's fairly correct. You've kind of got to prompt him, if anything, to kind of continue a conversation. But it got to a point where, sorry.
So again, I know I'm preaching to the choir now, I'm pretty sure, but this is a young man who supposedly strategically planned out not only this massacre, but also remember made that prank call, or that call to distract and put the two on duty armed police officers in the area on a wild goose chase to go and find some drugs that were half an hour away from Port Arthur. So this same person who's almost impossible to have a conversation with unless you really prompted along. And remember Lee, the inmate, said the same thing. Really, this guy has the capacity, the mental capacity and ability to plan, and then also the plan changed to think on the fly. I don't. That's weird and that's suspicious, right?
Morning hygiene, I could get up once we were doing the hygiene bits. I'd sit out there and watch sunrise with him in the morning, and we'd have a bit of a talk about what was going on. He did say to me at one stage, I stirred him up. I said, something about marijuana or something. I said, you just make a bit of weed back in your day, wouldn't you, Mum? And he said, do you know that he goes, in 1993, an ounce of weed was worth more than an ounce of gold. I thought, oh, that's odd. I took it on board. I was the one that threw the toilet paper roll at him. He asked for a roll of toilet paper. I was elevated above him. So our guard bit was probably maybe 4 foot higher. So where we were sitting was at their head height. So I grabbed him a roll of toilet paper. He was probably, no more than 5 to 6 metres away from me, if that. I threw it to him underarm and it hit him in the head. And I thought, fuck me, for a bloke that's supposed to have done this kind of shit, knowing, what kind of level of training I had to be at to be able to achieve that kind of stuff. The math didn't really add up. And I did ask one of the psychs, I said, what's he on? And it was basically, no, it's just a sleeping thing. He's not on any type of, any type of mental, nothing that would indicate, anything that he's got a major mental disorder or anything.
Which also is interesting. If he was then put in the psych ward, you'd think that someone who's put into the Mersey unit, would require some pretty heavy medication and supervised medication sort of administration. But no, just a sleeping tablet.
I never did get to the point where I asked him about the shooting and that, because it was kind of drilled into us that if you did that, he'd go downhill and that it would be your fault. He'd end up in the CSU on a suicide attempt and they'd put 2 and 2 together.
Also interesting. No, don't talk to him about it. If you talk to Martin Bryant about what actually happened, he's going to go downhill mentally and it'll be your fault that he's then in suicide unit. So don't even mention it. Nobody ask him anything. Don't even go there. Huh.
And so forth. It was very heavily moderated. He was the only person in there I knew of that did not have access to the Arunta system, being the phone system. He had no access to be able to call any of his family or anything.
Pause on that note. Yes, Simi, great idea. If people wanted to start making a little, if a question you want answered, not necessarily. I mean, I'm looking forward to asking Paul other questions as well, because we're diving deep into this, right? But start to make a little note in your notebook or your or your phone or whatever on a little file on your computer, and hopefully in the next couple of weeks, I will make myself a mental note to reach out to Paul with an email. Good idea. Look at us. Teamwork makes the dream work.
If his mother wanted to make an appointment to have a visit with him, she had to actually send it in writing to the visitors centre, and then they would send that down to him and he'd reply yes or no, and then they'd organise a date from there. His visits were usually like low impact visits, or, at times where it was not a high influx of other inmates in the area at the time. The RPC security section, they are contacted frequently about people wanting to speak to him or answer letters, and they just won't let it happen. They deny it. Nothing ever gets through to Martin at all. He has no decision on that point. So,
yeah, I tried to contact him. I sent a letter with a self-addressed envelope that he could post back giving me permission, and I didn't hear anything back. I contacted the prison and they sent me a letter saying that my letter had been seized as a risk to prison security and I was denied access without even applying.
Yeah, well, I have no idea how that would be deemed a risk to prison security at all, because there is no risk. He doesn't leave his cell. He couldn't even tell you how to get from A to B. So, yeah, that's just the way they are. I don't know why, but it's odd. A lot of things about it are odd. So,
yeah, the whole thing, I've investigated it for 9 exhaustive years, and look, I've got a scientific mind, despite what everyone may say, so I've certainly looked at both sides. The whole thing is just an enigma, and there's a lot of weird stuff that's unresolved, and the only reason I want to push for some kind of reopening is so that we can resolve those questions and move on.
Well, I mean, my gut instinct, and that's only my gut instinct, is that I believe that Martin had some hand in it to some level. I don't know what level, but I don't think that he has the capability to do everything that occurred on that day single-handedly by himself. It just does not make sense to me. I can't see how he can get to point A to point B. If I was to say how that would have occurred, it would have been the closest thing I could say that would have happened that day would have been a miracle for him to be able to achieve that. And that's that. So,
in your dealings with him, did you ever feel there were two Martins, that there was kind of like an unintelligent, silly, inane Martin, and that there was also someone that might have been clever, a little bit intelligent?
I didn't get that there were two Martins at all, but I get that what the public's perception of him, when they say like the mental capacity of a child, not his responses and that. He would laugh awkwardly at certain things and bits and pieces, but
Super autistic.
he was not by any means what I would call, I've seen people with the same intellect as a child, like a 6, 7, 8-year-old is what they say. And I wouldn't say that. I would say he was definitely a little slow. He was by no means stupid at all.
No, but maybe he was kind of like awkward and childlike in his, awkward and childlike in the way he relates, which some people might say childlike. That just strikes me as being autistic as fuck, really, huh?
So I think you had to build a certain level of trust with him, which even it seemed like it was a bit weird in itself to do, but in order to get him to speak to you without reservation, it's almost like you needed to build a little bit of rapport with him, which is what I did. But like I say, I regret the fact I didn't ask him.
Sorry for all the pauses, but it makes sense really that Martin Bryant, with that diminished mental capacity in terms of his intelligence, what have you, and also if he's a neurodivergent person, that he would also, and imagine let's for the sake of the argument assume that the police or whoever it was fed him, which we'll talk about tomorrow night in the false flag episode when we break it all down. Paul does in the false flag event. But if he was told by these people he'd trusted since potentially he was 12, Martin, that he'd been doing feeling like he was a valued member of that whichever Tasmanian police unit, or whether it was whoever they were, these mind control MK Ultra pieces of shit, you can understand that he would be very, very reticent to trust anybody, particularly somebody in a uniform, particularly someone in a position of power, because they lied to him. Like, for the sake of the argument, and I think it's pretty clear that I mean, he was there at Seascape Cottage that day, right? He was told one thing that he was being involved in, and he was involved in, but then they fucked him, and he's now spending the rest of his life in jail. You'd be really slow to trust, wouldn't you? You wouldn't jump quickly into a conversation with people when that's your lived experience.
I think that was, that it was more so of the threat being from above that kind of pursued me not to. So,
I mean, I spoke to some inmates that actually said that he had a kind nature, so that if one of the inmates said, look, if I needed cigarettes, he'd always ask me, do you want some cigarettes? He had a sort of a polite, gentle nature is what I've heard. But of course, there are reports that he had attacked some guards in Risdon as well. So I'm not sure. I was trying to get a handle on this guy's character.
Well, I'd never seen him violent in any way. And I'd heard of the similar kind of reports, and the interesting thing was that when he was moved from the Wilfred Lopez Centre down to the Risdon Prison Complex, which again, they're two different, it's not like our workers will go up and work with there, like they're two separate places. Nothing carried over. So like we had what we called we used to call it KISS, but it was a custodial information system. So if anyone had played up, or, you know, you could basically go through from the point of when the system was instigated and they were incarcerated and read all their notes of any riots or anything that had occurred, and there was nothing. There was nothing to that stating anything otherwise. I always kind of found him to be kind of jovial, kind of, like, he never smoked to my knowledge.
So a crazed killer who was so aggrieved by what was it, what were their names, the owners of the Seascape Cottage not selling him land, that he decided to kill more people in one mass shooting event than ever before on the planet. But when in prison, he's jovial and kind and helpful. No wonder they don't want anybody to talk to Martin Bryant.
It was more so, you know, he'd buy chocolates or shit like that, but I wouldn't see him as the kind of person that would hurt another inmate or anything. I would actually say it's not something that I would have expected or thought.
Yeah, it's starting to come out. I guess I'm getting a handle on this guy's character. I did understand that Risdon had at one point been investigated itself. There was an inquest into the way that prison was run due to some of the brutality that had occurred. I did hear that some inmates could pass away, whether that was by the hands of other inmates or other means, without going into too much detail, that people could die there.
Yeah, well, there was a royal commission, I believe, into the jail. I think that started around 2008. So, I mean, most of what I saw, with the exception for a couple of things that weren't anything notable, like the management of the jail had done everything they can to try and change the, you know, the way that it had been run for years, and a lot of those older hands have been moved out of positions and have no longer have employment within the jail either. So, yeah, I mean, you blokes like your Tony Burley and that get on social media and preach how much of a piece of shit Martin was and this and that. That's the same bloke that gassed out a fucking a visit centre with children and everything in it because he made...
Pause. Feels like maybe people trash talking Martin Bryant once on the outside, particularly if they've done something like what he's just talking about, and I'll scoot back a little so I don't interrupt at mid-sentence. That feels a whole lot like perpetuating the narrative and the smear campaign against Martin Bryant, doesn't it? Gee, we know about smear campaigns around here. So being recipients of, not perpetrators of.
Martin was and this and that. That's the same bloke that gassed out a fucking a visit centre with children and everything in it because the inmate was in there that he didn't like. He's a piece of shit. So, yeah, there's a lot that goes on behind closed doors.
I would love to interview you, and if need be, totally anonymously, so you could be a silhouette, but that's up to you, of course. I don't want to in any way jeopardise your standing, but that's fascinating insight. Are you in Melbourne, by the way? Or
I'm in Tas, yeah.
You're in Tassie?
Yeah, and I can't see that there'd be too many dramas coming forward with a few bits and pieces. I don't really want to drop the names like I have.
Yeah, because I can only...
Spoiler alert, that didn't age well. There's still another phone interview. Paul's wrapping this one up, and then he gets in contact with him again.
Stress, it's very, very important to me, your anonymity and your safety. And respect as well. What I often want to do when I reach out to people is I want to hear their stories, what they went through. I mean, that's fascinating that you put yourself in harm's way as a hostage. And also, I've got the highest respect for people that serve.
No, thanks for that.
It's just, you know, they often don't get the recognition they deserve, and they do see a lot of things that they can't unsee. So, you know, hats off to you.
Yeah, certainly. You've got my email. If there's any questions that you might think I may have some insight into, I may or may not, but feel free. I'll ask them as honestly as I can. So
That'd be great, mate. Look, once again, thank you so much for reaching out. All right, Chiefy.
worries.
Let's keep in touch and speak soon.
All right, Cobber, no worries.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Did you see that? He
Okay,
said
the
hello,
time is
Cobber.
now.
That's so cool. Chief and Cobber. So Australian. Oh my God, I love it so much. I don't use that kind of vernacular much, but it's so Australian. Oh, so that was last year, May, right?
3:56 p.m. on the 7th of May 2020.
So think of that in context of the channel, the WASP Files channel. Paul gained a lot of I didn't know about it, but apparently a lot of the media attention, like there was a flurry of media stuff that was released through the course of the gaining in popularity and recognition or awareness of Paul's work in the last 12 months. And there was a bunch of stuff that was released when I was looking for that coroner's letter. The media in Australia in the last 12 months, even 6 months, released us a bunch of new insights into Martin Bryant's motive. And they weren't any new insights, but it was all this kind of like propaganda shit for the Australian public to like, hey, look over here, reminding the public how much we hate Martin Bryant. Right? Remember how we hate Martin Bryant? Remember Martin Bryant, the bad guy who did this? The guy that did this? Not Paul Moder, not the WASP Files. Martin Bryant, look over here. So this guy, this corrections officer who reached out to Paul, he just said, Cobber, Chiefy, to have this conversation and was more than happy to chat. And then once we keep listening, which we are going to now, we'll hear that in the next part, in the second phone interview, when they're organising to catch up, he says, I can't see any problem at all. I'm happy to say names. I'm happy to be on camera, not a silhouette, my identity, my name. But obviously someone got to him, so let's keep watching.
25, very interesting conversation, pretty much confirming that Martin's confession was tortured out of him in Rooston Prison, which is, I've heard before. The second part of the interview is an additional conversation that was held where the whistleblower had provided more information and also agreed to meet.
Pause. I wish, Pierre, I did reference, but I'm not sure if you were there. I watched an interview. So Paul's done a lot of interviews. If you search up Port Arthur Massacre on YouTube, and which is how I the very first interview we played in this series in part 1 was the first one I watched, but there's been quite a few, and even this like a podcast, a YouTuber, an Australian YouTuber, refused. Like, he started the whole thing with, well, look, people are going to say that my parents included, that this is disrespectful to the victims, that you shouldn't be dredging this up, that yada 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 yada. And then Paul went through it. Like, it was a tough interview, man. The guy didn't give him an inch. Little dweeby guy. It was so hard to watch. Paul did amazingly. This guy was just, he didn't engage with Paul anymore at all. He just had his list of questions, and basically denounced. And at the end, he said, well, nothing you've said here today will convince me. And it was I think it was an hour and a half interview, comprehensive. So I think, and that's a guy who does, that's another Australian channel who this is what he does. Interviews people about this sort of stuff. Needless to say, I didn't subscribe to that fucking channel. So I think I think you'll find what I talked about last week or recently about the bell curve of people. Most people are just sheep. They're not awake like we are. like Pierre, you're extreme awake, right? I'm long-term awake. Me newer, but probably just as extreme. I think you'll find that most people still just believe what the slop they're fed. Night, lady. Have fun. I think you'll find that, thank you for being here. I think you'll find that sadly, most people are still Fox News, CNN in Australia. They're watching their Channel 10, they're watching their 60 Minutes, and they're just accepting what they're fed because either they don't have the capacity or the willingness to even comprehend, let alone accept, that what we're told by the powers that be and the media could be anything other than the truth, the whole truth. And this is a very triggering event for Australians. Like this is a dark day in our history, and it's even darker if you consider that it just wasn't some random psycho shooting up some tourists and some locals, but that it was not only not him, but that the government commandeered this event. I think that's too much for most people. I'm not sure had I learned this 12 months ago, maybe 12 months ago, but I don't think if 5 years ago, if you'd shown me this stuff, I would have gone, no way. Maybe I'm not sure. But I was very conducive and open to understanding this because I'm right in the thick of the false flag bullshit of it all, the psyops of it all. Most people aren't. Most people are just happily numb and happily dumb, plodding along in their drone existence, being compliant, not asking questions.
To be filmed on camera and to give first-hand testimony, even willingly providing their identity.
All from at 11:28. Hi, how you going?
Good, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, flat chat. Pretty busy at the moment.
Yeah, I'm a bit the same myself at the moment. But yeah, so what are you thinking with this? I mean, Wednesday the 11th.
Like, I won't pause it again particularly, but don't forget, we're an unusual cross-section here of a convergence of very aware, hyper-aware people. We're true crime people. We're mostly all of us here are neurodivergent or close enough to it. We ask questions. We're critical thinkers. We're very intuitive. We're very spiritual and intuitive or psychic. So I just don't think we're a fair representative of the general population. Thank God. Thank God. It's why we love each other so much.
Probably somewhere between, I don't know, I suppose we'll leave Mansfield probably around 9 or 10, probably be back towards Melbourne by, say, 2, an hour or two spare before I've got to get on the boat. So if that's any good to you.
Absolutely. Or we could come to you, or where do you want to meet? I mean...
like I say, we're just heading...
Pause, Vixie, I thought you were going to sleep. Vixie's just nuts. Well, we're all a little bit crazy in here, aren't we? Hope, hard relate. You know, spotless surfaces would create more spotless internal arenas. Do we have the do we have the application? I swear AUDHD is the fucking worst because I want order, categorization, clean, organized spaces. But my ADHD, my autistic says yes. My ADHD says no. And it's the forever quandary. We do things in bursts. Don't ever stop yourself when you're on a roll. If you ever get on that roll, roll with it. Get as much done while you're on the roll. Hyper focus on that roll. All right, back to it. I feel that in my bones. We're getting, what are we, up to the 4-hour mark? That's when we get feral.
Lose spare before I've got to get on the boat. So
Yeah.
if that's any good to you.
Absolutely. Or we could come to you, or where do you want to meet? I mean,
Like I say, we're just heading towards the boat. I'm not real schooled on where's where and what.
I can't not stop. Yeah, my kitchen's spotless, but it's spotless under all the things. Right now, what I can see. Wait, here. Let me tell you. Right now, I got the Tim's cat food over there. My coffee machine, obviously. Watering can. Seaweed, liquid fertilizer. Pot plants, house plants. The kettle. Look at this. Oh, you can't see it. It's my. Oh God. Hang on. Oh, I'll go to this. Hang on. Pause. Walk and talk. Oh my God, it's disappearing. See this? What are they called? Can't remember anymore. Alocasia. Dragons. Dragon. I can't remember what it's called. Something. I've still got. Wow. I've still got my Christmas baubles that were in the raffle draw vase. And then I put them in a colander, and then I needed the colander, so I tipped them into this saucepan. That's just here. I got a jar of stevia over there, like little bowls that I do my bath watering in. There's a maiden hair fern. There's a plant hanging off one of the kitchen door cupboard handles because I don't have anywhere else to hang it. Beautiful. Plants. There's a jar of MCT oil, coconut oil. I can't remember what it stands for. Coconut butter. The vase for the raffle draws over there. The dog's treat jars ×2. It's so much all happening. There's so much happening. There's so much happening around here, and I loathe it, but I love it. Like, it's on my things. I'll get in there and one day and I'll go like, I can't with this shit. Some days I know when I'm feeling like, and so I'm like, just at least put because the dishes in the dish rack. Put at least the dishes in the dish rack, because my blind over there is a timber Venetian and it's fucking terrible for keeping the light out while we're streaming or when it's hot. I've got cardboard boxes underneath behind the flat, but not behind the Venetians to keep out more sun and heat and light for streaming. I've got I just recently cleaned up on my fridge, but I got magnets all aligned nice and neatly. I got my feathers that Steph sent me, and then a feather that I found. I collect a lot of things. Plants all growing all over the walls behind me, all everywhere. So the plants make it look and feel more cluttered and shit too, but I fucking love them. What else? The dog's toys are everywhere. It's chaotic in here, but it's clean. When I was unemployed, my house was so tidy. Everything was in place. Everything had a place. The systems were chef's kiss, immaculate. Too busy now, and I hate it.
What's what, but just somewhere that's easy for me without having to go too far out of the way or into the city with that big hunk of shit on the back would be good. But
well, look, closer to, we'll touch base and I'll figure out where you are, and we'll catch up and, I don't know, buy you guys some lunch or something, and a late lunch, and we can have a chat. And
I've been thinking about it. I don't really, it might piss a couple of people off, but I don't really give a shit. If you want to record me saying something, if that's the scope of what you're trying to do, like I won't release any names of the individuals that were involved because I don't want to get in any lawsuits or anything. But I'm more than happy to tell you what I told you before, more or less, without naming anyone, because that's my truth and that's what it is. And my thoughts, I actually watched a couple bits again last night. I watched a bit with Wendy Scurr and that, and I actually thought, well, no, I'm only a very small piece of the puzzle, but if it brings anyone else out that may have more to say, I don't know whether Martin's basically guilty or he's innocent, but if it prompts some more talk, then maybe it's worth doing.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I mean, I'm happy not to name names, and also, if you want to just remain anonymous, you can do that too. It's no drama. I can blot out photos and change the voice and all that stuff electronically.
Yeah,
And I've
I
had,
think it gives more. Like I say, I've got nothing to hide, so I think it gives it a little bit more validity if my face is there and it's actually me who's saying it. I'd rather do it that way. I don't care what anyone writes in comments. It's not my opinion, not my bother of other people's opinion. So, yeah, no, I think looking at it that way, I think I'd prefer to do it just me as me, and just what I've got to say is pretty much what I've said to you. So,
well, it was a long time ago, so a lot of people are just going, oh, yeah, whatever. But I think it's, it's very important information. It gives you a chance to have your say. A lot of people didn't get a chance to have a say, and I'm always interested in their stories.
Well, I think the thing being is, I guess, when I think about it, at least you've got someone of an independent nature that's actually spoke to him over the course, made some level of character assessment, whether that's a professional one or not, but at least there's someone that's actually spoke to him in person, and they can take it for what it is.
Yeah, indeed.
That's my thought.
I've had actually quite a few ex-guards come forward and just pretty much confirm what you've said, that they treat him pretty horribly in there, even today, but he was certainly treated pretty badly over the years that he has been in there. And some of them were very distressed about what they saw, and then left the prison and, thought it was not really a very nice place to be. So, yeah, I was speaking to a couple of them. A lady by the name of and she said she worked there, and she sort of formed not an attachment with him, but, was trying to kind of be a bit kinder, and she reported some pretty horrible stuff where the guards were shining red laser lights on him, and he'd be curled up at the end of the bed thinking that snipers would shoot him through the window, and so they would say, oh, yeah, we can get you from here, and shine their lasers on him and stuff.
Yeah, no, the same things was reported to me. I mean, one of the weirdest things with him, which I probably can say to you the other day, like I say, I got friendly enough to sit next to him most mornings and watch a bit of sunrise, and I actually took the approach of more kind of taking the piss on the light side of things with him, just having a giggle. And I did say to him, they used to call me Cats, I've got a lot. And he did say to me, he goes, what are you up to on the weekend, boss? I said, not much, Martin. I said, I think I might go shooting tonight. And because I was going shooting a lot back then. And he said to me, all right. He goes, yeah. And then this fucking weird little grin on his face, and it said, what size rifle do you use, a 5.56 or 7.62? And I grinned, and I thought, you cheeky bastard. But that's, I've never seen him in all the years that he was incarcerated, that not once have I heard an incident where he instigated any type of violence or anything towards anyone else or anything like that either. So it's really strange.
Yeah, that's interesting. There were reports that he had been violent, but I guess you have to take everything that comes out of Risdon with a grain of salt, because it's all controlled. He's very controlled in there. He's shadowed by guards and has to be apparently very careful what he says when he talks to people, otherwise they take away his privileges.
Yeah, well, nothing was really brought forward from a level that I could see, but it was definitely, like, my goal at the end of the day was to actually get close enough to him to ask him at some point, but they kind of put the stigma around it. You ask him and see what happens, because he'd basically end up self-harming or something like that, from what I was gathered. And, I wasn't the best of friends with security and that anyway. They were just a bunch of arseholes. But, yeah, no, it's just a very strange setup. And like I say, I'd never seen him even leave the unit. It was funny, you actually mentioned about the bloke in that latest episode I shouldn't say bloke, but the transgender person that committed suicide hadn't been there. That was a bloke by the name of Martin Harwood, or Martine. Had a bit to do with him or her as well. And lovely kind of person, but a bit of a drunk. But he actually, when Martin got out last time, he actually inhabited the cell where they come from. Because they were pretty involved with the horse racing industry and that. And he had a few pictures of horses and that. And Martin, I've never had any pictures or anything, nothing personal in his cell. And when he adopted that, he just kind of had the pictures that Martin had left him up, Martine. And it was really weird. No phone contact, anything.
So he can't even have anything to personalize his very small cell. So austere. That's like sensory deprivation, right? He's already got his liberties and his communication. Like, remember, can't even call out, doesn't have any access to any tablets or Androids or phone calls. Even if Martin's mother wants to come and visit him, she has to send a letter, snail mail, through to the prison and have it organized like that. No phone calls. Torture, isolation, torture, psychological torture, along with physical torture, just withholding everything from him: human contact, family contact, creature comforts as minimal as they would be in prison. Like they destroyed his life, and then they continue to punish him for what? Being a patsy? Disgusting.
So just a very, very weird scenario.
So they didn't really allow him to even have some of the basic requirements of prison, to be able to put some pictures up on your cell wall. And
remember also, even in terms of food, and I'm pretty certain that prison food is pretty fucking rank. Remember in that last episode, Lee, the inmate, was talking about how back in the early days, at least, the guards and the other inmates used to like piss in his prison meal food and put broken glass in his food, so that in the end he was just buying packets of chips and bottles of Coke. So not even any, like, as shitty as it would be, but it's all relative, right? Comfort food, like cooked food, because like, just disgusting. When you put it all together, the picture of this whole thing, from him, Martin being 12, 16 at best, through to he's now 55. This is his existence, and it's a child, not entirely, but you know what I mean. Like, even for a fully functional adult, I mean, it probably would have sent a regular mental capacity person to suicide. This kind of torture. Any feelings of being human, exactly. For let's just call it 40 years, give or take. That's a lifetime. Oh, just again, when you put it in context of this, he's not even a murderer, but he didn't even do it. Like, I do think he had some involved. I have a feeling that maybe they, perhaps under duress, they made or encouraged him to kill those two hostages in the Seascape cottage. Perhaps, maybe not. I'm not sure whether he had the balls, like the ability to do it. But like, it's horrifying. Yeah, well, Tommy Robinson isn't his real name, by the way. That's a gentrified name. Anyway, it's so distressing. This is, and how many other people? Like, normally the patsy in something like this, Lee Harvey Oswald, what's his name? The guy from Dunblane. I get it wrong every time. Patrick. Anyway, most of these people end up somehow being killed. Tyler Robinson is still alive at this point. I mean, I have a feeling Luigi Mangione is also a patsy, but I don't know much about that one. But yeah, they're supposed to end up being dead because it's a whole lot cleaner, right? But as we know, Martin seemed to have come to from his drugged, fiery grave coffin and made it out of that seascape cottage alive. He wasn't supposed to, if we're to believe the hypotheses, which tomorrow night it all makes sense. It's amazing. It's like an hour and a half of minutia of how Paul Moder thinks this will have happened.
I don't think it was. We weren't told of anything that was mandated as such, but it just didn't appear that he had anything, or that he over 20. However 20 plus years he's been in jail since I was there, he'd not received any birthday cards or anything and had anything on display from his family as a unit or anything like that, which was weird. And like I say, and not having the Arunta system, which is, I think it actually comes under your Justice Act of being able to provide an inmate. That he didn't have that at all. Like his mother Carleen, if she wanted to book a appointment, it was all done for a phone call to VRC and then a note sent down to him to say whether he wanted to do it or not. And it was just a weird scenario. Yeah, and he always seemed at ease with it. He never complained, but very different. I mean, even when they put him up in Wilfred Lopez, that's not really what's deemed to be a controlled judicial environment. They will take people that have been classed as mentally insane or so forth, but we had a lot of people that I would deem far worse than Martin Bryant, far more violent, really some major schizophrenic or split personality kind of issues, and they wouldn't accept any of them. And he was up there for years. And
even just being the crazy making of it all, being housed in a unit for the worst of the worst, crazy loony bin stuff. Like, keep them separate and segregated. So the gaslighting, the dehumanization, it's just so distressing.
Told not to really talk about it.
Yeah, you'd think that he would be considered, one of the most dangerous inmates in Risdon, but some of the testimony I have from inmates was that he was quite polite, very generous, just amiable and talkative, and wasn't a danger to anyone.
No, he posed seriously zero threat. And if anything, like I say, in that yard he was being the Mersey unit, he did have a tendency to get, usually it was, people that fell through the cracks that had some pretty severe mental issues in a lot of cases, and you couldn't house them in other parts of the jail because, they're basically deemed vulnerable, or, there's a high chance that they'll get picked on or whatever else. And you did get some violent people in there, but while I was in there, Martin was in there, if there was a fight or something, he wouldn't move towards it. He's the kind of person to move away from it. He's not an individual that I could equate with violence. It just didn't seem to make sense.
Yeah, that's the mystery of the whole thing. I mean, this person was allegedly committed one of the most heinous crimes in Australian history. But as to his character, I've found out a lot more that sort of flies in the face of that. It doesn't, of course, mean that he didn't do it. That's still yet to be really determined with fingerprints and DNA and all that have never been released. But his character is...
Pause, also never to be released in our lifetime or anybody who was alive at this time. 2092 is when those files can be FOIA'd, or our equivalent of FOIA'd. That's convenient, isn't it? That's convenient. Add that to the false flag indicator hallmark list of which is long. and comprehensive.
He's far from being this kind of horrendous, sadistic, violent person. So it's a contradiction in terms.
See, the other thing being Richard McCready, I'm pretty sure would have been the Commissioner of Police in Tasmania at that point. You talk to the oldest inmate criminals and, even the older officers, he has a very, very solid reputation of being corrupt and crooked. So...
Well, look, I have a lot of respect for the police and the people that serve and carry out our justice duties. Most of them are great. Of course, you've got some pretty rotten apples and, you sort of have to balance it off. The biggest problem over there is you kind of had two cultures, and it was just whichever one could have the most influence. And the turnover of staff at Risdon Prison and everything over the years, it's just been monumental. And a lot of it is within inside the prison itself. It was back in those days because they used to call it the Risdon roadblock. So if you dogged someone in for doing something bad or they went on with an inmate, they'd get you out of there. They'd make sure they'd make your life hell. And even to the point of there's ways and means to get inmates to do things. And even back in those days when smoking was okay, a pack of White Ox, if you could get one to an inmate, it went a long way with what you could get for that, if you can see what I'm saying. So yeah.
No. But yeah, I'm happy to speak, and I think, like I've said, having thought about it and kind of washed a bit of the paranoia of it away, I'd probably rather do it filmed as a person that I am. I can't really envisage any legal issues from it because I'm not naming names, and really it's only the accounts of it from what I've been told and my own personal experience with him. So, yeah, I don't give a shit who it upsets.
Well, I've got your back for what it's worth, and I'm a very capable person. But I want to make sure that you feel comfortable talking out. But yeah, I'm at great pains to protect the reputations and the people that have come forward, because that's a courageous thing to do, and your input is very, very valuable and very much appreciated.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So, yeah, well, like I say, I'll probably be pretty buggered on the Sunday. If you were to give me a call, say 10, 11 on the Tuesday, and we can figure out where I'm going to be on the Wednesday on the way back through and sort it out from there, maybe.
Yep. You got it, lock it in. Yeah, well, I'll take you out. We'll have a nice meal.
Yeah, for sure. Not a problem.
And yeah, we'll catch up.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, Chief. You take it easy, and speak to you when I do.
All right, mate. Cheers.
All right, see ya.
See ya.
The time is 11:48 a.m. The date is Wednesday, 28th of May, 2025. Concluded conversation with ex-Risdon prison guard, and we'll be meeting him on the 11th to follow up on discussions about Martin Bryant's torture and treatment in Risdon prison. Very, very valuable person to speak to. Worryingly, since this second conversation was held and an arrangement was made for a date to meet where the whistleblower agreed to be interviewed on camera and to provide further additional information regarding the allegations of torture, all communication has somehow ceased. Despite multiple attempts to contact this person by both phone and email, there has been zero response. This is of concern to me that outside influence may have been placed on this person not to continue with their testimony. Thank you for joining us for this episode of the WASP Files.
Love ya.
New episodes will be uploaded every Tuesday.
Love ya. Love ya. Bloody hell. Bloody hell is right, Vix. I really like the conversation that you all were having about food in prison, which I started and you guys carried on. Pierre says, can you imagine what healthy whole foods in prison would do? The punitive, they don't, I think, what is it, Sweden? I think it's Sweden, where the prison system and setup and the ideologies behind treatment of inmates. I don't even think they call them inmates. I think they're called residents. Is so much different, because why treat people like animals and feed them worse than animals, and like all it does is further traumatize. If you recall, that inmate last week, Lee from Risdon, spoke to how his experience at that prison, which I mean, I don't think any other prisons in Australia are much better, but admittedly, this one seems to be particularly bad. But that it traumatized him for life, like the things he experienced and saw and was subjected to, not least of all the food. It's just, I mean, and wealthy, middle and upper class people, or not even wealthy, just, you know, those people from good families and good childhoods and stuff, generally don't, as a rule, end up in prison. And so it's generally the underprivileged and the lower socioeconomic class and generational trauma people who end up in prison, right? And it just compounds. It's just compounding. Why? I don't understand how for society that helps anybody. It doesn't. And I just can't abide by the hardline conservative mindset that, frankly, I'm seeing a lot of in some of my community over there on Twitter. Not you guys. Absolutely showing their true colors in terms of their lack of empathy, their lack of humanity, and their lack of care for humanity. I don't like it at all, like neocon shit. Anyway, speaking of food, here's some of my exciting things. I've been adding and subtracting to my repertoire of my body is a temple. And I am planning to order mine and the furry friends meat direct from a farm. But the one that I've been recommended is still on Christmas break, so I haven't done that yet. However, I did just order 30 farm fresh eggs direct from the farm, delivered, because I don't be going and looking for that stuff. And sorry, squeaky chair. And some unpasteurized milk. I don't think is that me? It's raw milk, a liter. I'm very excited. It was rather expensive, but you can't put a price on your health, right? I ordered some 4 little glass bottles with droppers and a little tiny funnel that I can pour my MTC oil, the coconut oil, in. I've been putting it in my coffee, and also one to put my DSMO in, so I don't overdose. Like, not overdose, but like have too much and then have diarrhea. Fresh milk. Yes, I'm so looking forward to it. Yeah, it's a very exciting. I've given up for forever Lent Doritos. That was a tough one. Oh my God, a massive ringing in my ear. My angels are telling me it's a great choice, Lisa. We don't need those poisons. I'm going to say again, just in terms of health, we'll do a health space soon. Health live stream space, lol. Go into the Health is Wealth drawer in Discord and just peruse. It's rather eclectic bunch of things I come across on the Twitters that resonate with me. Hopefully they resonate with you. Farm eggs are amazing. I used to live. I used to live somewhere where they had jooks. I used to go and gather them out myself. There's nothing like them. So we eat a lot of eggs here. I'm eating 3 or 4 eggs a day now, rather than just 2. And the doglets, their coats their coats and their bellies love an egg every couple of days. So yes. So thanks, shorties. I love you all very much. There's a heck of a lot going on over there in the US, also here in Australia. Remember about the gratitude thing, where we acknowledge the things we're grateful for, good and bad, in our life, to help keep us grounded and keep our perspective on the world and our world, macro and micro. also grounding in terms of getting outside. I know it's hard when it's cold. Try to get some sunshine on your skin. 15, 20 minutes if you can find a sunny spot and just sit there, and particularly on the back of your neck for well-being, good vibes. And I mean, we've passed the darkest part of your winter, right? And here in Australia, thank God we've passed the longest days, because I can't stand long days. I need to sleep. I can't. Mother Nature tells me when to sleep, and if it's 9 o'clock when it's getting dark, I don't go to bed. Vitamin D. Yes, vitamin D with K2 is very important. You know what? I've got I could go on forever. I will. I was thinking anyway. We'll finish. I'll see if I can map out. I think it's at least 3 more episodes of Port Arthur. There's that cute, delightful interview that Paul Moder did with that ex-police detective. I can't remember his name right now. It's delightful. Definitely the false flag tomorrow night. I still wanted to go through the media complicity and outrageousness in terms of what the media did at the time surrounding their reporting on, and how did they get information about Martin Bryant so quickly. But we've gotten through the lion's share of it, so we'll keep going with it. Thank you so much. I love you all very much. Thank you, mods. Thank you, shorties. Have a lovely evening. Sleep. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to one another. And I will see you all tomorrow night, 7-ish Eastern, 11 Melbourne time-ish. Peace out, friends. I love you.
I love you all so very much. We had a blast just chatting and stuff. Things may have gone bit off the rails. Professional when all else fails. 'Cause chat is great, so much to say. Emotes and all the caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. We're skating through all the tough things, learning about this and that, defense motions, prosecution, and narcissistic twats. 'Cause chat is great, so much to say. Emotes and all the all caps out. May have been cheese, but faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. Community, just you and me. Occasionally, Buster and Poppy. It's the whole thing. Miss Shorty swing. Together we make each other happy. 'Cause chat is better.